Okay, good morning everyone. Welcome to the meeting of Development Control Committee A. I just need to run through some of the domestic arrangements. Can I please make sure that you do social distancing from other people, please, when you're in the chamber and in the outdoor communal areas? Can you please ensure that you do wear a face covering at all times unless you're sitting down or, of course, if you're exempt from doing so? Please do use the hand sanitizers and wipes that have been provided. Can I ask you to ensure that your microphones are turned off when not in use, and please do not interrupt other speakers or hold separate conversations while others are speaking. If you are attending this meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you will be asked to leave. Can I ask you please just to double check your mobile phones are at least on silent or switched off, and can you also do the same with your laptops? Turn the volume right down so we don't have a chime of pings when our emails come in, please. We will be using e-voting for those that are able to. I know one member's laptop is not working today, but we will be using e-voting for this meeting on the modern.gov app. So if members can just make sure you're logged on, those that are able today. I'd like to remind everyone present this meeting is being broadcast live on the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be recorded except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you'll be deemed by the Council to have consented to being recorded, and by entering this meeting as a speaker, you're also consenting to being recorded by the Council and to the possible use of those sound recordings for webcasting and or training purposes. The Council, members of the public and press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and press are not lawfully excluded. If we do hear the fire alarm today, there are no tests planned. Can you leave the building, go via the fire exits and make our way to the Ipswich Town Football Club assembly point. Please follow the signs directing you to the fire exits at the end of each floor and do not enter the atrium on the ground floor or the walkways. If you're in the atrium at the sign of the alarm, please follow the signs to the nearest fire exit signs and do not use the lifts. And do not re-enter the building till we're told it is safe to do so. Good, so that's the basic health and safety all dealt with. So we'll just run through some introductions. So those that may not have been to the planning meeting before, my name is Councillor Matthew Hicks. Myself and my fellow colleagues here on my immediate left will be making the decisions on the applications before us today. In Mid-Suffolk District Council, a ward member may speak on an application within their ward but may not vote on it. So if that's the case, they'll be asked to sit where Councillor Haddingham is sitting, who has an opportunity to speak on the application in her ward but not vote on it. Just running around the room, we have Philip Isbell, the Chief Planning Officer, and John Pateman G, the Area Planning Managers down the end. And we have the case officers, we have Vincent here today, and others will join us as we progress. We have Ian Deprez, our legal advisor, and on right and left of me, we have the people that make this whole meeting tick, and without them we wouldn't operate, so we're always very grateful. Thank you. Okay, so I think we'll move on straight on to the agenda. Do we have any apologies for absence, please?
None received, Chair.
Okay, and do we need to receive any pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest by members? Councillor Field.
Thank you. Just feel I should let the meeting know that I am not the ward member for item F, the Circular Road in Baylham, but I do live in that village, and I am in the row of houses, which, you know, there is only one row of houses along the main street, so I'm certainly in that. I'm at least 360 metres from the application, so I was advised that I can take part in the meeting. I will stick with that view at least until late this afternoon.
So it's a non-pecuniary interest?
It's non-pecuniary.
Okay. I can confirm Councillor Field took my advice and I'm happy with what he said.
Okay. I also want to declare a non-pecuniary interest on item agenda 7D, that the architect for that application has done some work for us in the past. Okay. Anyone else? No? Thank you. Declarations of lobbying. There've been multiple. Several, yeah. So can someone just, for the sake of everyone, just go through the numbers. So we've all been lobbied on 7A, 7B, and F. I have been to parish council meetings as a county councillor for Stonham Aspal, so those have come up in the past. Okay, I think that covers that off. Thank you. Right, so we now need to confirm the minutes. Any declarations of personal site visits? Yeah, that's what I just said it. I've got it in. Personal site visits. Yeah, Councillor Mansell.
Yeah, not a personal visit, but obviously we've all been to Wakelin's Farm as a committee, well, most of us anyway. But I was on the committee some years ago that paid a site visit to the Coits Meadow rear of site also.
Yeah, none of us need to declare the Wakelands visit because we did a site visit as a group there, so that's fine. Yes, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. I can't remember if it was. I certainly did a personal site visit to Coits Meadow when it was here for the outline planning permission, because I didn't realise there was an official one, but I wasn't on an official one. I did my own. So that was a personal site visit.
Thank you. Yep. Councillor Eburn.
Back there, I've gone and had a look at the Bacton one, 7B. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
I've had a site visit to Bacton. Well, I have.
Okay.
But that must have been the other committee.
We haven't here in this committee.
I have.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, I think we'll move on now to the confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on the 13th of October. Are there any points regarding the accuracy of the minutes that anyone wishes to bring up? Yep, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, 77.2, it's evident that the application number is the wrong one at the end of that. It's not 3315, it's whatever the next one was. It's something else anyway.
We put that
the one before.
Thank you for that. We'll pick that up. Apart from that item, are we happy that they're a true record? And if so, can I have a proposer and seconder? Councillor Eburn and Councillor Passmore, thank you. So on that basis, we'll need to go to an electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if you go to your ModGov app, select the plus sign on the top right-hand corner, this vote should now show in progress. Councillor Humphreys, 4. Thank you. Councillor Mansell, your vote hasn't come up. Have you?
Oh, I've done it.
You have?
I think I've done it. Oh, I think I pressed the red button instead of the green button.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's 8 votes for. That's unanimous.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'll sign those at the end of the meeting. Okay, agenda item 6 is to receive notifications of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme. Have any been received?
None received, Chair.
Good. Okay, thank you. So we'll move straight on to the schedule of planning applications. First one before us is 7A, which is DC 2101735 Wakelands Farm in Fressingfield. I now hand over to the case officer, Vincent Pearce, to introduce the application to the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members, ladies and gentlemen. First item, Wakelands, Metfield Lane, Fressingfield. You will recall that on the 18th of August, this came before that committee, and members determined that the application should be deferred to allow an organised site visit. That site visit took place on the 25th of August. So the presentation I'm giving this morning is an update on what has happened since then, and a few more descriptions to help clarify points in the report. But my presentation should be considered in relation and with the report as well. So, important layout amendments. Let's go forward. So that's the scheme that you saw before you in August. That's the red line around Wakelins, and blue land is other land in the ownership of the applicant. And as you can see, quite extensive blue land to the west, and a large site drawn around Wakelins, the listed building. Previously, the vertical striped area was the area that was going to be used for mobile homes, and the cross-hatched green area was the area where it was intended to have 12 pods for guests staying at the premises. I've turned that round so it now aligns with how you would see that on a map. So that's August. In September, we received amended plans, and I would say they are significant insofar as you can see that the area for the pods has been pulled away from the listed building itself. You will notice now that there is a 25-metre buffer area on the east side of the site, where in places the hedgerow, the established hedgerow, has a few little gaps that you can see through. So in order to combat any fear of seeing through from the public footpath, a buffer is to be created. And also the area where the blue arrows are has been deleted from the application. So that means there will not be a mobile home or mobile homes in that bottom section of that field. And again, you may have noticed as you walked around the footpath to the south and the east of the site, occasionally you catch glimpses through to that field. So the applicant has deleted that from the proposal. If we just superimpose that over the aerial photograph, you will see how that fits into the landscape. And you will have noted from your site visit the very characteristic strips of cultivated land between which are long rows of trees. The site is very well screened around the edges by existing trees and hedgerow. The whole of that area is some 3.6 hectares, so the area for the glamping pods is large, nearly 9 acres, within which would be placed 12 pods. Just to help you picture size, a normal adult-sized football pitch is 2 acres. So you can see there that you've got more than 4 football pitches within which there would be 12 small pods. The area for the mobile homes, 1.36 hectares or 3.36 acres. And again, that would only have 6 mobile homes on that site. It is worth pointing out that the application site straddles 2 parishes, Fressingfield and Metfield. And that is significant because we have a divergence of view locally between the 2 parishes, which I will go into some detail in a little later. So, on the books we have Fressingfield Parish Council, who recommend approval to you. Metfield Parish Council strongly objects, and Mendham Parish Council objects. So this site sits at the cusp of 3 different parishes. Technically, Mendham Parish is outside of the application area, but it is immediately adjoining one corner. I won't go into the extensive objections from Metfield, they're all in the report, but I myself have summarised them for the purpose of this meeting as traffic, parking and other hazards, disturbance and harm to residential and visual amenity, appearance, site management, how the place will be operated, the level of use and the activity, and potential enforcement matters. Well, I have to say this morning that any enforcement matter that may wish to come forward from objectors is not a matter for this committee, that is a matter for outside of this committee. But as I go through the presentation, I hope to address all of the objections from Metfield, and then you will have to decide whether or not the changes have adequately dealt with those concerns. And again, Mendham, less objections, but the gist is the same in terms of traffic, incompatible with the ecological stability and sustainability of the area, and the pods, whilst innovative, are intrusive. And as I say, Fressingfield supports the application. The boundary runs thus. So the majority of the site for the pods will sit in Metfield, and potentially the site for the mobile homes sits almost equally between the two parishes, depending on where the units are sited. Fressingfield does have a neighbourhood plan. The other two parishes do not. So you can see the site there in red, right at the edge of the Fressingfield neighbourhood plan area. The report provides a lot of detail as to relevance of neighbourhood plan policies. I particularly draw your attention to Fress 13, which says new small-scale businesses appropriate to rural areas, particularly those that result in reuse of redundant and unused historical farm buildings and new buildings to accommodate new business or agricultural uses, will be positively encouraged, provided that they do not have significant adverse impact on the character of the area, amenity of residents, or unacceptable increase in traffic generation. The neighbourhood plan also supports the promotion of tourism. It also requires that new developments should take the opportunity to provide safe and attractive pedestrian and cycle links, and you'll notice that Suffolk County Council, as the relevant highway authority, have no objection, but they have stipulated they would like to see a condition requiring the provision of passing spaces on Metfield Lane, and I can go into a little bit more detail in that a little later. The site sits at the hub of an extensive network of public footpaths, and Fress 6 in the neighbourhood plan requires landscape to be protected. Within the neighbourhood plan, a series of views, important views, are identified in Fressingfield. None of those views include this part of the neighbourhood plan area, so the site isn't within one of those areas defined as being particularly sensitive in terms of views. As you all know, Fressingfield sits at the north-east corner of the district, nudging South Norfolk and close to East Suffolk. There you can see the red square is the site, sitting between Fressingfield and Metfield. Connections to it are by Country Lane. The two largest roads, the B116 and the B1123, run diagonally but do not connect to the site. So once again, here we have the site, and the dashed line is the parish boundary. The site is ringed by a series of footpaths, and I imagine that when members went out on site, they walked some, all, or part of that network. So the site is visible in terms of it is wrapped around two corners, two sides by that footpath network. So it's important that we have take account of how much of this development might the public see when they're traversing footpath 2039. There's a shot of Wakelands in the snow. We have Wakelands itself is listed, and we have two listed buildings to the west, Metfield Lane Farm and Metfield Lane Farmhouse. A short section of video. So here I'm standing behind the barn, and I'm looking at the implement store. You probably saw that on your visit. This is an area that would be used for parking for events. This is within the heart of the site. End of the barn, in that cart lodge area, is where the woodland haberdasher has her workshop. This is the bakery on the other side of that barn, and if we swing round to the left, members will recall that there is a toilet block, and those toilets have showers. Here we have the site in the northeast corner, Metfield Lane, and you get to that, it's effectively a dead end, you get to that on the road that's between Fressingfield and Metfield, Daisy Hill, which becomes Fressingfield Road. Members will have done, though I don't know whether every member here was on the site visit or not, but I took the advantage of popping out and taking a little short section of video just so that we can see how you would get to the site, assuming that works. There we go. Because obviously there has been many expressions of concerns about the suitability of this approach to get to the site. So it is a single lane track, verges on either side in the ditch on the left. We're just passing the Landquip site who are involved in sprayers. And you'll notice as we go around the bend, that's a sharp right-hand bend. Commercial use to the left. On the right is the Landquip site. We have a number of residential properties coming up on the right. So we are getting out into the countryside, or more countryside at this point. The road swings round, if you can recall that trip that you made two and a half months ago. Open fields on the right. The land on the left is largely in the ownership of the applicant. And this is where, if members were minded to grant planning permission, a series of passing spaces could be provided were members to accept the recommendation of the higher authority. So you can see that two vehicles cannot pass. So the issue is how do visitors to the site and existing residents, some of which live down this lane, how do we ensure that traffic moves freely and safely? You can see that people put their wheelie bins out. So I assume that a dust cart, a refuse freighter, can go down there, and it goes right down to the end to Wakelins. Again, this is an area where passing places could be provided. We're coming to the end of that section of Metfield Lane, and soon we'll just swing round to the private drive to Wakelands. And I think it is fair to say that we've put a lot of thought into whether or not this is appropriate for the sorts of activity that are being proposed. But I think we also have to bear in mind that the site enjoys the benefit of permitted development rights for temporary uses. So the site could be used at the moment during the COVID crisis for 56 days of the year for events. Normally it's 28 days of the year. That can happen without any control by the planning service or this council. So that track can be used for those activities with impunity. If we move on from that, is the formal correspondence from Suffolk saying they have no objection subject to provision of passing bays. In terms of those passing bays, you can see here on the video, all this area on the left is within the control of the applicant, and so any number of passing bays could be provided. What happens on the site? Well, you will have seen that for yourselves. There's an organic veg business. We have the Wakelins bakery that uses products from the farm. We also have the Woodland Haberdasher, and we can see a series of events that are being promoted. So you can see that there are things like hand spinning, making twine. Also, just for an example, you will have seen that there's dyeing of wool so that you can do your own craft knitting. So here we have an example of wool that's been dipped in woad that is grown on the site. I would suggest that all these are country crafts. You will have seen the pods on the site. You will also know the characteristic rows of trees, and these are an intrinsic part of the particular style of agriculture that is being undertaken on this site, sustainable agriculture. Each of those strips is capable of being cultivated. I think you would have to accept that those pods are completely well screened from outside the site in those locations between the rows of trees. A close-up of the pods, they might look a bit funky, they're sort of primary colours, but because you can't see them, is that really a worry in terms of impact on the countryside or the listed building? So here's a plan of one of those pods. So an entrance, double bunks on the left, toilet, hand basin, and again, that's also, the red one is the shower, the green one is the hand basin. The suggestion is to have mobile homes. You will have noticed on site, well, you won't have noticed because they're not there yet. This style of mobile home is currently not in place, but the idea would be to swap the units that are there, the smaller mobile, almost caravan style, and replace them with this style of unit. Each of those units would itself be further concealed behind either hazel hurdles or willow hurdles. And again, that's just simply to help disguise their presence should there be any break within the trees from the outside. But also remember, we've now secured that 25-metre setback. Again, there's every opportunity to do traditional hedge layering to reinforce the planting, and the applicant has agreed to reinforce planting where there's any gaps. Parking, I do want to spend a little bit of time on this because when you went out on site, you'll have noticed some parking spaces. We show those on the left-hand side. The main area of parking, as shown on this drawing, is that sort of area where there's a hodgepodge of bits and pieces of typical farm paraphernalia. And it strikes me that if we are to be certain that adequate parking is provided, I think we need a better plan than that. And I think also when we come onto the Section 106 agreement that we are suggesting, you'll notice that parking provision becomes an important part of that Section 106. We do need more detail about how events will be managed in terms of parking. So whilst the parking shown on this drawing, I would suggest is adequate for anyone turning up to buy a loaf or to have a quick look round the site, but for events we need something far more comprehensive, and we have secured that through the 106 if members are minded to go down that route. So there are the parking spaces that you will have seen. You will have seen the bakery. This proposal is retrospective. Those works have been undertaken simply to effectively re-roof it, new cladding and some additional windows. But the important thing is when you saw that piece of video that I played at the start and your site visit, it matches perfectly the existing barn. I think you would have to accept that it is perfectly fine in terms of its appearance and its traditional rural character. The good thing is that there's the original building. If we move that over, it wasn't increased in size during that work. It was simply refurbished. Inside, I imagine you looked inside, you have a high quality, high standard bakery. Here's a little area around the back where staff can sit at a rest break. There has been quite a lot of discussion locally about these I was going to call it a fire pit, but fire bowls, and the extent to which that represents a fire hazard. That is also a matter that we can control through the Section 106, and I'll explain that a little bit more. But I was thinking, during the summer, at home, on a balmy summer's night, there were any number of barbecues on the go, chimneas, people sitting out around a fire pit, and I didn't notice anyone being particularly concerned about the fire risk, so I might come back to that a little later. In terms of the ditches, that's the ditch network around the site. Each of the glamping pods will have an orthodox cassette system for foul water, like any other caravan on any other type of caravan site. The content of those will be put into a large clargester where it'll be broken down organically and in an environmentally friendly way, as I suppose you might expect on a site that is proposing a sustainable alternative way of life. Here you can see some of the organic vegetables growing in those strips between the trees. Potentially that is all available for local people through a veg box service. Here we have an aerial view, again those strips of trees. You can see some glamping pods there. At the moment when that photograph was taken, they were right at the heart of the site. And I think there's been some concern expressed in the representations that we've received that The siting of those glamping pods will limit, prohibit, or even constrain the amount of agriculture that can be undertaken on the site. And I want to explain to you why that would not be the case shortly. So there's a strip of the vegetables growing between the trees. That's the bakery. Some more strips. One of the existing caravans on the site. There's a strip that is ready to be planted. Now, what is operated on the site is a 4-year crop rotation system. They don't use fertilisers, so each of those strips isn't heavily fertilised. 3 of the strips in any 1 year are left what I would have said fallow, but they describe as lay. So on the 3 brown strips, they would be planted with either peas or buckwheat or clover, and that is ploughed back into that to fix nitrogen in the soil in order to keep the fertility up. But it's only the green strip where crops are being produced in that year. The following year, that moves to the next strip, the following year, the next strip, and so on, which was the great innovation from the mid-17th century, the agrarian revolution. So in a sense, they are going back to that style of organic farming. They don't use manure, so the idea of ploughing back in things like buckwheat and peas provides fully organic status for those strips and the products that are grown in them. Also, I think it's important, you will have noticed a lot of hazel plantation, and those hazels are planted in twin strips. And that's important because what happens is 1 year, 1 row of hazels are coppiced, cut to the ground. The straightest and strongest staves are used in traditional rural hedge laying, but the rest are used for biomass, for heating the house and other parts of the site. So all of those tree products are reused on the site to generate heat. 7 years later, the other row gets coppiced. So what's happening is all the time there is a mature section of hazel hedgerow, and that provides constant screening for anything that's happening behind those hedgerows. Here you can see one of the crops that will be ploughed back into the field to fix nitrogen in the soil. Again, we've got the footpath system. You will have walked around that section, which is established dense hedgerow. This section in green is the area that now will be set aside, were members to grant permission. Again, you can walk through here, and that is established hedgerow, and then in here we have woodland going to the north. Quick tour around just to reinforce the fact that it is mature hedgerow. Each of those points, that was yesterday, so it is up to date. And can you see the twinned groups of hazel plantation there? Site is highly sustainable in terms of there is a large bank of PV panels. That's an electric vehicle. I've already explained the biomass element. This is the site just down the road, Landquip sprayers. That makes quite a presence on the frontage to Metfield Lane, but it is something you would expect to find in the countryside. That's there to service farms. Where are the neighbours? I've done a short analysis. So here's Wakelins. Each triangle is what I have estimated to be a single dwelling based on the aerial photograph, and the dots are a cluster. So the nearest property, Metfield Lane Farm, as the crow flies, is a quarter of a mile away from the nearest part of Wakelands Farm. I would be hard-pressed to imagine that somebody having a fire outside of the glamping pod or enjoying a laugh and a conversation would be readily noticeable from the nearest neighbour. I've explained that the site already has the benefit of temporary use right permission, as anyone in the countryside would have. And that, at the moment, can include 56 days of activities. They are completely uncontrolled. And what I'm going to suggest to you is that if you were minded to grant this planning permission, it would allow the council to bring all of those activities under control through the management plan, both within the red line and the blue line. So I'm going to throw the challenge to members when you're discussing this. What might be the better alternative? I do want to run through the 106 because I think it's important. We have ensured that the glamping pods and mobile homes all fall within the statutory definition of caravan. Now this is important because it means nobody can establish use rights for a dwelling house, nobody can secure residential use rights to expand. It also means that we know how big these units are. They're not going to be two-storey, they can't be stacked on each other, they can't loom over the hedgerow. That gives us a lot of control that you don't have at the moment. The glamping pods and mobile homes will only be allowed on the site if they're connected with an operation at Wakelands. This can't be a general campsite. It can't be people can't come here for a holiday. They have to come here if they're attending one of the events or special days, special weekends at the site. The mobile homes can only be occupied by those actively working on the site. So I think what we're trying to establish through the 106 agreement, having listened to the concerns of the committee and of the parish councils last time, is something that prevents this activity and this site growing like topsy. We want to restrict it to the absolute minimum necessary to continue the sustainable agricultural activity that happens. Again, we've secured that buffer strip on the eastern side. This is important because within the 106 there is reference to any event where more than 20 people are likely will have to be a ticket bought in advance only arrangement. So in the marketing, people just couldn't turn up on the day. And I'll go into a little bit more detail of how the management plan would work. But I can understand that for people who might be living on Metfield Lane, the prospect of having an event where any number of people could randomly turn up is actually quite daunting in terms of the impact on their amenity and perhaps even their ability to get in and out of their own property and pop down to Fressingfield or wherever they want to go on the network of country lanes. So here we would have an opportunity to have proper stewarding. And I can think of examples from a previous life in a previous authority where just this sort of mechanism worked very successfully. So you could have a steward at one end and a steward at the other end with some sort of walkie-talkie, and if a resident wanted to get out, you could stop the traffic and let that person in or out. But it relies on a degree of cooperation between all the parties. So, the management plan, I've said, events of more than 20 people must all be pre-booked. The 106 will require the applicant to enter into regular dialogue with the parish councils, the local parish councils, with a view to explaining what's happening, sort of forthcoming events, and to explain what protocols will be in place to protect amenity. Again, parking will have to be the subject of separate consideration. Also within the management plan, we might want to consider phasing entry so that not everyone turns up at once. Routing will be pre-agreed, as I say, hedging reinforced. Drinking water is supplied or will be supplied to each of those units. Foul water will be dealt with environmentally friendly ways. Other waste will be recycled. Electricity will be supplied to all the pods and mobile homes. And as you know, PV and other sustainable ways will be used to provide that electricity. Fire bowls and nighttime noise will be subject to the management plan, and there will be a 24/7 duty phone for anyone to contact should there be any hint of a disturbance or nuisance. Only 12 pods and 6 mobile homes ever. That's how we stop it growing like topsy. All of those units must be kept in a well-maintained condition. So through the 106, if we would turn up and they started looking a bit ramshackle, they would either have to be immediately improved or removed. The positioning of the glamping pods will be restricted to areas where they won't be visible from the outside. Now, I think there may be, as I said, there may be some confusion as to where these pods will go. The pods will only be allowed to go on the fields where there is no crop. So as that crop rotation moves around, so will the pods. The planning balance in the officer report goes through all of those in a great deal of detail. So what we've tried to do is tackle all of the issues raised by all the representatives to come to our conclusion. And our conclusion is that with the benefit of the Section 106 agreement, as I've described, we are satisfied that the use is acceptable. We are suggesting some additional conditions as well. Rather than the parking condition that appears in your agenda that says parking provision to be created as shown on the plan, I think we're going to suggest further detailed parking plans to be submitted, and that will be required through the Section 106. We will also have a condition suggesting that the landscape reinforcement happens sooner rather than later where appropriate, and we're also suggesting the removal of all temporary use permitted development on the site by condition as a backstop. So I think what we're saying is, since August, we have secured amendments and assurances through the working of a 106 that would actually deliver a better situation than we had in August. And I'd like to suggest that we have dealt with the issues adequately. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just before we go to questions, Philip, do you want to come in at this point?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, if I may. Just to pick up on a couple of points, you'll see the Highway Authority have recommended an additional condition, I think that should be in your table papers, regarding potential for passing places by way of condition. That's one element. As regards the question of managing temporary uses, as Vincent has suggested, we'd expect that to be within the Section 106 rather than by condition, because clearly this is a planning application which is not for those temporary uses, so the Section 106 is the proper place to put that. And lastly, members will have seen quite a lot of paperwork lobbying around the development. I'd remind members that clearly there may be issues there that are planning issues that warrant examination, but it's important to remember that the identity of an applicant is not relevant to planning. The nature of the use of the land and the extent of the application before you is relevant, and this is not an application for change of use for those other uses and events. This is an application for glamping pods, for mobile homes, and for a bakery element. So it's important to bear those distinctions in mind. I'm conscious that there are a lot of strong opinions in all sorts of directions around the application, and it's important that members direct themselves appropriately, and if they've got any questions around that and how they should treat matters, please do ask myself or Mr. Dupre. And I don't know if Mr. Dupre has anything to add on the lobbying question whilst we're talking about that.
Well, yes, Chairman, I'm aware, I've been made aware because my advice has been taken, and the monetary officer's advice, and the monetary officer and I agree on this, that I don't want to take up the committee's time, but if necessary, I'll just say something briefly about the law on lobbying, so it's well under. As members know, lobbying happens a lot, as in contact, either the applicant or objectors or whoever contacting directly councillors who are going to be on the committee, and it is perfectly lawful. I mean, a couple of years ago, there was a case in the High Court involving Hackney Council because Hackney had, with the very best of good intentions, banned lobbying for a while, but the High Court said, no, you can't. It raises human rights issues and freedom of expression. It's part of the process. If you had a case in the Crown Court across the road, you get into very serious trouble if you try to lobby a judge or a jury member. But a planning committee is not a court of law. And although there's a habit has arisen in local government of saying these are quasi-judicial proceedings, actually in Hackney, the High Court said, no, that's not quite right. it's a more informal and essentially administrative process, and it can't be stopped. Now, having said all of that, there's another principle that's extremely important, which is transparency and fairness. And the consequence of that is sometimes if lobbying takes the form of an extensive or significant document piece of writing sent to you, well, we all know that, I think experienced members of the committee know, some developers make a habit of sending you brochures and all sorts of things at the last minute and not including the case officer or anyone else in. But when they come to the attention of the officers, and members are very conscientious in passing them on to us, we will put them on the website. But that has to be, we have to treat everyone equally. So in this case, there has been some extensive written material that has gone on the website, so everyone can see it, and no one is disadvantaged, whether they are an applicant or an objector or whoever. So I don't think I need to say any more than that, but I'll answer any questions if members are concerned.
Thank you. Okay, so questions. I'm sure we've obviously got lots. So we'll just start at the front row and work along and work back. Should we start with you, Councillor Passmore?
Yeah, thank you very much, Matthew, and good morning, everybody. Couple of questions. We talked about the passing place. I think it would be interesting in a little bit more detail, and I would question, is one enough? Because there's quite a long, and those of us, I think we all went on the site visit, it's quite a long route up once you get beyond the sprayer machine depot, and I do think there was a letter in the papers from one of the people who lives further up the lane and where her driveway or his driveway has been used as a passing place. Now, you can see if it happens to be wet, we know what happens to verges and so on. It gets all chewed up and does look a bit of a mess. So I'm questioning whether one passing place is enough if permission were to be given. And I would think we ought to have a little more detail on that if possible, please. You mentioned the colours of the pods and so on. To me, they are rather garish, and I just want...
sorry, we're not at this point allowed to express any views at all.
No, sorry, can I just ask a question?
No,
sorry, let me rephrase that.
Only, please.
Yeah, all right, I've got all that, thank you, yeah. So, how are you sure, you are confident that will not make any material difference if things changed or something in 10, 15 years' time? I do have a concern on that regarding what we do. And the other issue there is when it comes to if it were be given permission, you mentioned that enforcement isn't really for this committee. How would that work, though? Because if permission was given, clearly we would have to make sure enforcement does take place. And a lot of it's done on trust, so how can that be done? Thank you. 3 questions.
Thank you, Councillor Passmore. I am perfectly happy to accept that more than one passing place will be required. Apologies if I gave the impression it's singular. The County Council have said passing places. No, it might have been how I described it. So as part of the management plan, we would ensure with our county colleagues that passing places were properly formed, so they would have a hard surface, they would be free draining and stable. We wouldn't just be saying it's a bit of earth sort of dug out. So in that sense, we would be sure that they would be usable and that they wouldn't create mess and mud and everything else. In terms of the colours of the pods, technically, the management plan could pick up long-term maintenance of those pods if members were so minded. I think it would be harsh to say that the blue and the red and the yellow have to be repainted, because I truly believe that they will not be visible from a public vantage point. In amongst those trees, that far from the boundary, I think it would be unreasonable in the planning sense. In terms of enforcement, I think there is a real advantage to the council in having a robust Section 106 compared to conditions, because the answer simply would be to take out an injunction. So if there was a serious breach of that 106, you go straight to court and seek an injunction. Now the question is, would the council be brave enough to do that? I see no, that's a question for Phil, but I can think of many occasions where authorities have done just that. So that would be my triple response to your questions. Thank you.
So can I just remind members, can we just have very short questions at this point? Just to speed up the morning. Councillor Matheson, you're next. We're working along the line if you're happy to go, otherwise Councillor Field.
I think that the questions that I'd be wanting to ask would be to the applicant agent, actually. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Field.
Thank you. I just, to an extent I'm overlapping with Councillor Passmore, but I wanted to be sure on the issue of passing places. The officer put that in the plural, extended plural, throughout his presentation. And the list at the end of the presentation said passing place, singular. So I would want to be really clear on that. Bearing in mind we all sat through a presentation by an eminent barrister yesterday, where he said one of the most vital things is we're absolutely clear about what we're agreeing. And I don't want to see us agreeing to passing places, undefined number, in undefined places, and have a condition that says passing place singular. So perhaps you could reassure me on that. My second question really was the one on we've been asked to swap 56 days where there is a right to hold any event one wishes. That's half the weekends in a year, 2 days each, would be a way of thinking about that, for the possibility of 365 days a year. And the basis of the swap is that we would be able to enforce a number of standards. Is this the enforcement service I know so well, or is it an improved one? And the issue of taking on an injunction, I think in my 20 years as a councillor, I've known us do that once. So perhaps people could just expand on that before we get to debate.
I'm sure that the Chief Planning Officer will want us to address the second half of your question, but the first half, I readily accept my typing error, and I will absolutely confirm on public record that we are talking about places, many, plural, not singular place.
Can you elaborate on that? Because places can be 2, which will be 5, which will be 10.
Chairman, if I pick up on that. So the advice in your table papers from Ben Chester, letter of 5th of November, describes a condition, describes passing places. It will be usual to provide a passing place relative to what they expect as standards for distance and traffic volumes. So I don't know that. At the moment, the advice we have is plural, places, and that's written in the letter. The draft condition that Mr. Chester has suggested is on the second page of that letter, and it talks about new passing places along Metfield Lane, generally in accordance with the drawing DMO 6, which I suspect is a standard drawing that the county provide about the design of a passing place. Doesn't tell you how many you provide, but this will be a technical matter upon which the county will have experience, and we would take their advice. And clearly it is a long single track route, so that will need thought and design. But the condition will allow flexibility to manage all of that. Perhaps that's the start of the passing places point. Mr. Pearce can correct me if I've got anything wrong there. The second point about uses, I'm not aware that this planning application gives any right for events. This is a planning application for a change of use for mobile homes, for glamping pods, and for the retention of some works and some buildings. It is not an event-based planning application. What the applicant and officers have resolved upon is a way of managing the 28-day rule uses that we know and love, 56 days this year, as presently stands, but effectively managing those activities, and that's what's described in the section 106. So it isn't letting the floodgates of that, as I read these papers, Chairman. It is allowing for management of the rights that the government allows every landowner to have, relatively free and unencumbered to do things for a period in any one year, in any one calendar year. So it creates that opportunity to manage something and manage it with consultation with the community in a way that doesn't presently exist. And we have seen, I think, in the correspondence, the differences of opinion about how that is, which hopefully this might bring to some measure of dialogue. The question of an injunction, from our point of view as officers, we are perfectly content to seek injunctions where that's reasonable. We've obviously had a period of COVID which has precluded us from seeking those things, but I see no reason why we wouldn't enforce in that way and use that right if we were required to, if we needed to, if it was expedient.
Thank you. Councillor Manson.
No, I don't have any questions at this point. Thank you. I think it was a very thorough presentation, so all my queries were answered.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Vincent, you just mentioned, I just want some clarity, that obviously every 2 months these clamping pods will move. Where will they move to? Is it the same area?
It could move anywhere within the area that is not being used for cropping within the defined cross-hatched area. So imagine a telehoist will come in and just move it. And the reason for keeping them moving is so that the soil underneath isn't adversely impacted in order to maintain that organic status.
Okay, if there are no more questions, well, yes, Councillor Hadding.
Thanks. Just a quick one. You mentioned about touring caravans and campsites and saying, you know, you can't come on holiday here. But what are the restrictions? Can they not do it anywhere under permitted development?
They can, and that's what I think is at the heart of this. What I think is a mechanism for delivering the control that Chief Planning Officer just described. At the moment, that could happen, but on the back of the proposal to have the pods, the mobile home and the bakery, we've agreed a position where all of that comes under control of the 106. So at the moment that could happen. Now, if you were minded to grant this, this would come under control. And that's the interesting part about where we've moved since the last meeting.
Thank you. Can I just ask, so under the section 106, is there any capacity? Does it reach a capacity number? So you've said the minimum, if it goes over 20, it has to be ticketed. Is there a maximum number at which you would say that's too many?
There isn't, as it stands. Obviously, each event would have to be pre-agreed. That would give us the chance of saying, well, that's likely to attract more than can be handled.
So when you say pre-agreed with us? But I mean, because it's never, if we're not careful, we're creating a huge amount of work for Mid Suffolk District Council that every weekend we're going to have to be looking at numbers, which isn't, we don't have that capacity.
The management plan is pre-agreed, and if we do it as I imagine we're going to do it, as I've done it elsewhere, different types of event, you'll almost agree by different capacities. So you will have pre-agreed what happens if it's between 100 and 200, up to 500.
So therefore, if there's no actual capacity, how do you know the car park's big enough?
Because you would only allow as many people to come as you have pre-agreed. If you think there might be a ceiling figure of the number that would be harmful, there is nothing to stop us actually agreeing a ceiling limit based on how much we think the site could accommodate.
Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, just for clarity, because I seem to be getting wrapped around the events wheel on this one. This isn't a planning application for events, so I don't know where this actually comes in. Why are we debating it?
That is because I have introduced the idea that were you minded to allow the 12 glamping pods, the 6 mobile homes and the bakery building changes, we could secure a mechanism that would bring all those other uses under control. So you're right, it isn't formally part of this application, but we have taken this opportunity to bring something under control that is normally uncontrolled.
Move on. So for speakers now. So we first of all go to Metfield Parish Council, who've come today. Peter Mortimer, you have 3 minutes, and the time is here, and we do ask you to keep to the 3 minutes, please. Over to you when you're ready.
Right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate we wrote this the last day or two, and there's things come to light this morning that we didn't know about, but I will read. I would like to state that Metfield Parish Council is not against the diversification of redundant agricultural buildings, but is extremely concerned about the impact of the local infrastructure and environment in the long term. Potentially precedents set within this application. Having completed a site visit, you will be aware that the farm is situated in an isolated position and means that activities are not always visible, although the pods and caravans can be seen from the local roads and the noise heard. This should not mean that the planning law does not need to be adhered to because things can't be seen, but it does make it difficult to police. As the planning officer noted at the site visit, there is another 2 buildings that were in construction that are not part of this application that might need to be included. Enforcement may be upon the utmost important to regulate this site. By their own admission, Wakelands has already held up to 240 visitors in the 2-day event, which was equivalent to half the population of the village of Metfield, currently 409. Without any control and the additions of more enterprises and increased camping, etc., it may not be long before daily visitor numbers increase dramatically. The development of the site seems likely to incorporate a set of unconnected enterprises with no overall management. The applicant has no intention of living on the site. The farmhouse is no longer available as a permanent residence. Permission is currently being sought for the siting of caravans on the site to provide alternative accommodation. We assume the authorities, not limited to planning, environmental health enforcement, will be looking into the long-term implications of leasing the land to individuals with respect of access and long-term occupancy. Scientists are visiting the site to study the current biodiversity, but this again is separate to the running of Wakelands itself. Is there a qualified scientific lead management to assess, to ensure this longevity? With the addition of large number of independent enterprises, pods, caravans and camping, surely the diversification will suffer. In one sentence, the applicant claims Wakelands is a heritage ashes, which must be protected, yet in another, he is happy to have cars parked across the land and to access routes across the headlands. And we hope that if the passing places are put in, which you've been talking about this morning, they will be built by Suffolk Highways and paid for by the applicant. There is not much made about the need for accommodation of the agricultural workers. There is a lack of clarity in this application for those running the individual enterprises are actually contractually employed by Wakelands. All types of farming, not limited to agriculture, arboriculture and horticulture, need to make money to survive. And as such, it seems odd that Wakelands should be allowing the use of its assets without recompense. If the individual enterprises cannot afford to pay current market rates for the use of facilities, are they viable, we ask the question. Objectors have asked to see the business plan, which the applicant has said is not relevant to this application, but with its current ad hoc nature, multiple additions and changes already, how can the local community be confident about the development when it is constantly evolving without any regard to the local area, residents and planning legislation? And I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for allowing you to put this presentation together on behalf of Metfield Parish Council.
Thank you very much. Okay, questions for the Parish Council? Yeah, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I think this is probably going to be a question for the officers, actually, but as we started to explore through questions to Mr. Pearce, the sort of the concept of events and so on, there's some point at which an event that's being planned is brought to the attention of our environmental health department, and I just wondered where that threshold comes as to what sort of an event. I mean, right, if it's got alcohol, we know that it's got to get an alcohol licence, but just in terms of numbers of people, as the representative from the parish has raised, you know, at what point would we consider an event as something that should be subject to some controls in general terms, not just this specific place that we're looking at the moment?
I am probably getting rusty on licensing, but then I was never entirely au fait with it to start with as a planner. I know there are things such as music licenses, alcohol licenses, dancing licenses, event licenses. I don't know whether my colleague, Mr. Dupre, can help based on his previous experience.
Yes, licensing law requires that if you haven't got a premises licence, you must have a temporary event note, give a temporary event notice to the council for. There's supply of alcohol or regulated entertainment or late night refreshment, which means non-alcoholic hot drinks between 11, let me get this right, 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. So anything, yeah, as you say, as you suggested, Councillor Matheson, through you, Chairman, the alcohol or entertainment, I could talk all day about what's regulated entertainment and what isn't, but I think everything you'd expect more or less would, yes. So I don't know if I could help any further than that.
It only gets me halfway. I mean, it's perfectly reasonable to think that we're talking here about an event that would not involve alcohol and would not involve music, actually, and regulated entertainment sounds. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what it is, but
basically, music and dancing, showing films, more or less. Yes.
Outside the scope that you're describing.
I could look up the definition online quickly if you need me
well,
to.
I think we need to consider that everything's outside of all of what Mr. Dupre is going to come up with when he looks
If it helps, I'd just like to add one quick point, Councillor Matheson. Obviously, as you say, licensing dealt with by a separate. Yeah, you know, but for people who might be listening, separate thing. But what I would say is, if your concern was if noise was creating a nuisance, then obviously our colleagues in environmental health have a whole strand of law to themselves, under the Environment Acts, where they can take action against noise nuisance. So, as well as having planning conditions, they are perfectly at liberty to enforce their own legislation, if that was where your concern might have been coming from.
Okay, well, let's move on and maybe come back to it, see if you hear anything more. Okay, so we're going to move on. No other questions to the Parish Council at this stage? No? Thank you very much for joining us today. Next we go to an objector, Mr. Paul McCann, and again, 3 minutes, please.
Yes, good morning, everybody. I wish to reiterate and reinforce a number of concerns expressed by many people regarding this reapplication. Contrary to comments made by Fressingfield Parish Council, this has never been a SAFE issue. I'm a member of SAFE, but only individual people, not serial complainers with bona fide objections. Also, it makes it very difficult to respond to this application when the applicant's response to objections has been posted at the 11th hour, thus denying people the right of reply. Notwithstanding this, I shall continue with my original presentation. The need to diversify and make the site commercially viable can only be achieved by significant development resulting in increased traffic, light pollution, noise and footfall, none of which are conducive to wildlife. The proposed amendments to the original application relate exclusively to the proposed siting of the pods and static caravans. The visual impact of the glamping pods was a major concern of objectors and the heritage team. This will be impossible to monitor and enforce as there is no on-site management. The planning authority is unlikely to see these matters as a high priority for their enforcement team. Indeed, in Fressingfield, we've had ongoing problems with the lack of monitoring and enforcement of a build in the village. The quantum of accommodation remains as before, with the potential for having 96 people or more in permanent and semi-permanent accommodation. The noise and light pollution from all of this accommodation will be significant. A number of proposals are put forward by way of conditions. Many are straightforward management issues, but compliance cannot be guaranteed. For example, rules are proposed for the use of the fire bowls. There is no mechanism for monitoring this in the absence of on-site management. Wakelands is presenting itself as a hub of diversification within the rural economy, with the emphasis being on sustainability and the supporting of flora and fauna. Wakelands Farm, the fear is that it will become an unsupervised holiday campsite. On a site of this size, this is hardly conducive to protecting the environment. Wakelands is located at the end of a single-track lane. There's only one way in and out. The Suffolk County Council have been required to use specific small refuse vehicles. The passing place recently created by the applicant is not large enough for anything more than a car. To be of benefit to a rural community and its nature, a development must be sustainable, and this is not. Instead, it would be foisting a host of problems onto the land and neighbourhood. Setting a precedent for so much invasiveness of habitat and amenity in deeply rural countryside would be harmful. Quoted recently in the media, Wakelings really does stand out, like an emerald isle. You can see such a contrast with this very open farmland, all this greenery, the trees and hedges, that's removing carbon from the atmosphere. That's the main aim when it comes to tackling climate change. This application seeks a change of use to develop the site way beyond its potential. I would urge the committee to reject this application on the grounds of non-sustainability. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Questions? Yes, Councillor Humphreys.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just a point, really. You said 96 extra people. How did you get those figures, please?
Sorry.
You said 96 people would be on site. How did you get those figures? I work it out to be 48.
Basically, it was down to the number of people in the farmhouse, the glamping pods, the static caravans, which came to 96.
Okay, so I've seen the plans, sorry about this, I've seen the plans of the caravans, 4 people in each caravan, and the pods, 2 bunks in each. I equate that to 48 people, not 96. It's definitely below 96. Thank you.
We'll ask the case officer to calculate the number that could be. Just get clarity on that. I saw another hand go up. Yes, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. My question is actually probably of the officer, but the speaker talked about light pollution, and I don't seem to think there was any, we haven't heard anything about the lighting that was proposed. So could we just clarify what lighting is proposed? Thank you.
I concur with Councillor Humphrey's precision. 4 times 6 is 24, 2 times 12 is 24, which is 48. If you added on 4 in the house, 52. In terms of the response to your question, Councillor Mansell, obviously we're not looking at street lighting, we're looking at sustainable alternative ways of living. I can't imagine there's going to be any lighting, perhaps a candle or some sort of lamp or torch, but I can't imagine it's going to be particularly prominent.
Any other questions? No? Okay, so we'll move on. Thank you, Mr. McCann. Now we move on to, we have 2 supporters. Between you, you have 3 minutes. The clock starts, so then it's between you to delegate how much you want to split between you, but you have a total of 3 minutes.
Hello, thank you for the chance to speak. Last time you heard from Henrietta, who runs the Wakelings Bakery, and Faye, the Woodland Haberdasher. Today you'll hear from me, Maisie. I work with Henrietta in the bakery, and Chloe from Real Veg CSA. We are proud to say that Wakelings Bakery is the only 100% whole grain sourdough bakery in Suffolk, using organic ingredients. We have proactively sought small local shops and markets because we see the huge importance and value of interacting with our local community and lowering food miles. Our baking days are 12 hours long, and the nearest place I could stay is over an hour's drive away. This would be completely unsustainable. I want to emphasise how Henrietta and I manage the entire fruit harvest at Wakelings, as well as bake. This will be the first time in 25 years that all of the Wakelings produce will have been harvested and processed. We also cater for and run courses and events on the farm, and are part of the overall team which ensures Wakelings runs smoothly, including by providing 24/7 duty cover. These activities require us to live on site and be in the immediate vicinity. Our business is viable, but it's only 6 months old and doesn't yet generate enough income for us to privately rent in the local area. Without the pods, the ability to live cheaply on site, and our integration with the Wakelings farming and other operations, our business would not be viable. I'll now pass over to Chloe.
Hello, we're currently producing 25 organic veg shares every week from veg solely grown at Wakelings. The majority of our produce goes to our members living within 6 miles. We are community-supported agriculture and therefore work closely with people from the local community who come and help us in our agroforestry alley. Growing on less than an acre generates enough income to provide a livelihood, but not enough to pay for the high cost of renting a house in a nearby village. Wakelings is giving us, as new farmer entrants, an opportunity that would otherwise be closed by providing land to grow on and a place to live. Crucial to our success is being part of the overall Wakelings team and approach. As well as our own growing, we are also involved in harvesting the fruit and part of the overall site management team. We help run and host events and courses and provide veg shares to those course attendees and to potential farmhouse guests. And in order to run our activities, we need to have immediate and constant access to our land. Until we were able to stay at Wakelands on an interim basis in a caravan, we had regular operational problems causing crop damage. On behalf of all of the enterprises at Wakelands, we sincerely hope you see good reason to grant planning permission so that we can continue to build on our early success at Wakelands. Please do not hesitate to ask myself or Maisie any further questions regarding our enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm guessing I've got some questions, but I think I'll wait till I hear from the applicant and then maybe come back to either of you. Anyone else have a question at this point? No? Okay, thank you very much. So we move on to David Wolf, the applicant.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Committee. Can I first of all thank the committee for taking the time to come and visit? We really appreciated that. Can I also thank four senior members of the Council's planning team for coming and visiting on several occasions and the attention they have given our application, and the Highways Department, who again have visited on 2 occasions, including on the second occasion a senior planner. We welcome that scrutiny. That has been a great help to us. That has allowed us, as you've heard, in discussion with those officers to develop a series of voluntary measures around Section 106 agreement, which go well beyond what is in the planning application, which we welcome. We have no intention of doing the things that people fear, but this gives comfort and confidence to everybody that those things will not happen. They will not be what people fear. One of our sadnesses is that some of the objectors have not engaged with those voluntary things in what appears to be a spirit of openness and imagination. Sometimes this has felt like a personal campaign, not just against me and my family, but against Maisie, Chloe, Rachel, Henrietta and all the others, and that's very sad. We wish it was different. One of the problems of the process and your lobbying process has been that a whole load of things have been said, including in a letter which I've seen, which came to you from Metfield Parish Council in the last couple of days, which are based upon simple misunderstandings of what we're doing, of what we're proposing, of what is on our website, what we can do with permitted development rights and so on. If you have any concerns about those at all, please ask me. Please ask me. If any of that is playing on your mind, please ask me. That said, my third point, we are proud of what we've achieved at Wakelands. You've heard a bit about it from Maisie and Chloe. You heard previously from Henrietta and Faye. We hope to be able to bring other people in a similar fashion to Wakelands to do more of those things. We think they are a cause for celebration. Whether it's Community Apple Days, as we held a couple of weeks ago, a Community Butterfly Day we held in July, an Agroforestry Open Weekend earlier in the year, or an organic farming event for some 60 people who came from all over the world. We are proud of those things. And that brings me to the final point, if I may. Earlier this week, the Oxford University Nature-Based Solutions unit launched a new website. And I'm just going to read you from their website. This is a unit in Oxford University which specialises in tackling the biodiversity issues and in tackling climate change. And they said this: today sees the release of our new interactive global map of best practice examples of nature-based solutions across the world, funded by the British Academy and launched as part of the COP26 Climate Summit in Glasgow. The interactive map links nature-based solutions to climate change adaptation, and it continues.
I'm sorry, the time is up.
Can I just have 1 second?
You have 1 sentence.
1 sentence. There are 10 sites in England on their map. 2 are farms. We are one of them. A best practice example.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Yeah. Councillor Haddingham.
I'm happy for the committee to start, but should I just get the ball rolling?
If I could just start. So I've got a question around, this is a difficult one because obviously this is around a planning application, but then the section 106 is being added on top, which we've been talking about. So can you just talk us through the control measures that you see being in place to allay some of the discussions that the residents have? So, for example, we've all been sent photographs of last weekend, lots of vehicles going up on the curb, crossing into fields and getting stuck in the mud and then having to be pulled out. So we've got that, but you're going to put in planning for you're going to put in parking places and have a 24/7 contact number. So do you envisage that will stop you ever having to do what happened last weekend, which obviously we've all been sent photographs of? How do you, is one going to help the other?
So last weekend, 10 days ago, was a great success. We had 150 people on site doing fantastic things. We, in response to concerns about parking in different areas, we tried people parking in a yet different area, which meant that the traffic and the people didn't drive past our neighbour's house. And we thought that might help her concerns. It meant that we had parking on an area where the grass wasn't as mature as it would have been in other areas. So that was an experiment, if you like. In terms of that being churned up and muddy, farmers plough fields. Fields becoming muddy is not a concern. In terms of cars getting stuck, actually only 4 cars got stuck, and it wasn't a problem. It simply wasn't a problem. We just easily moved them with a tractor or shoved them out of the way.
Is the new, what you're offering, going to stop that happening? So are you planning that parking will just be in the new area, or are you still going to be using the whole site?
What we would do is we would, because as you've heard from Mr. Pearce, the farming rotation means that different areas are in a different phase at any one time. What we would do is we would put parking in areas where the grass has been growing for...
So the new car park will not be big enough to cover all the parking from the events?
Sorry, I'm not following the question.
The new car park that we've seen a picture of will not be big enough to carry all the parking from all the events?
No. So the parking in and around the farmyard is more than adequate for everything other than larger events.
Okay.
Yep. For larger events, what we would do, can I just, sorry to explain?
You've answered the question. So the answer is no, you will not have enough capacity at the car park for the events. It's purely for the farm activities.
So I don't think that's what I said, sorry. For larger events, which we can do anyway, as you've heard, we need to use areas of grass around the farm. The area we used last week was not an optimal area because it had only been in grass for a year.
But you've answered the question. So the new car park is not big enough to cater for all the events. You'll still be using fields and parts of the...
Yes, sorry.
Exactly. Yeah, thank you. Councillor...
Chair, if I may, with all due respect, I think that's somewhat unreasonable because lots of organisations have one-off events. In my patch, lots of farmers and landowners have one-off events and they use a field. And if it's raining, people get stuck. I do think I think they've answered the questions about parking for the bakery and so on, but I think it's unreasonable to expect them to do a car park.
What I'm just trying to clarify is the new car park the final answer, but it's not. And you can still hold 56 events there and park anywhere.
Yeah, but we wouldn't expect it to be.
Yeah. Any other questions at all? Yeah, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I think too, really, stemming from what's just been talked about in terms of the parking and so on. Did that was there a different entrance to the whole site being discussed or experimented with there, or was that only in terms of the parking place? And the second question really is, I think that based on what you've already heard from various people to the officer and so on, if you could explain rather more how the site management will work in terms of day-to-day and then scaling up from that to larger events, so how that would all work. I mean, we've heard from the supporters, the businesses on there, what they are expected to be able to do, and then we've also got the 106, which talks about a duty manager phone number. But clearly there's a point at which on-site management of what's going on would become necessary from time to time. So if you could actually just explain how that was intended to work, I think that might help people.
So I think the first question was about access. No, so I may have misunderstood.
See it on screen.
If you look at
slide 50.
You're putting a slide up, sorry, is that the... Slide 6 is quite good. Oh, I see. That isn't the whole site. That isn't the whole site. That's quite hard to work. In your pack, you can look. Can I look at the one in the pack? Slide 6 on page 92 of your pack might be more helpful. I don't know. Six? Yeah, that's it. That's the one. As you may recall, if you look from the bottom of the plan, you drive up Metfield Lane, you go past Landquip, the road then bends to the right, and then you go along the bottom of our boundary, the blue line there. That is completely open, so you can access our fields anywhere along there. There's no ditch, there's no hedge, there's no nothing. It's just the field goes onto the road. So you can access the whole along there. Then as you turn the corner and go north, up the side, there's no access to our land there because there's a ditch and a very mature hedge. Then there's Metfield Lane Farm. Just beyond it, there's a field entrance about there where the pointer is. So we've used that as an entrance for parking before, and we've used the land as sort of north and west of that as parking before, and that worked very effectively for the open weekend in the spring. And you then go further north, you carry on up the road with the pointer, stop there. You can either go along our concrete road, which is what's marked within the red line there, thank you very much, or you can enter the field blue area at that point, and there's a whole area there, which again, depending on the rotation, is available for parking. So there's effectively several entrances to different areas of the farm because the road comes along our boundary. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's question one.
So there are options, if you like. And then the second question was about management. So we already have, and have had for some time, a 24-hour duty phone and a number. We've never yet had a complaint call on it. We get calls from people making inquiries about coming, but we've never had a complaint call on it yet. It's 24/7. That is always held by somebody who is on site, and that's one of the advantages of the team of people there. There's always somebody in that position. When there are events and things, the events are normally being run by, smaller events like the classes that Mr. Pearce talked about are generally being run by people, the team who you've heard from. But if we have external people, like we've got a mead making course next weekend, there will always be other people there because, in fact, Henrietta and Maisie will be providing lunches for the people who are involved in that course. So we'd never have a situation where one or more of the Wakelins team wasn't there. When we've had the larger events like the Open Weekend in the spring, the Butterfly Day in the summer, and then the Apple Day last weekend, all of us were there, and 150 people came, but the greater, as it were, the wider Wakelins team of people who were looking after that was about 25 people. That included 3 people who we employed, 3 young people who we employed as parking marshals. So there was a parking marshal stationed at the end of Metfield Lane. There was one directing people onto the field, and there was one immediately outside our neighbour's house, the Metfield Lane house, to make sure she had no difficulties at all, and there were no difficulties at all. So that's exactly the kind of thing we could easily build into the management plan that Mr. Pearce is talking about, and we would be happy to do so. So there would never be, I mean, we don't want uncontrolled events, don't get us wrong. Nothing of this is being imposed upon us by the council. These are all things we would have done anyway, and so we're very happy to put them into an agreement with the council.
Thank you. Yeah, that is helpful. Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Field, then Councillor Haddingham.
Just 2, I think. One of them, you rather dismiss the issues of muddy fields and needing to recover cars. I was just going to question you, surely that creates compaction of the soil and substantial drops in yield, and you are a farmer, presumably that's important to you. You might want to comment. But the second one, perhaps more significant, is that we've discussed the number of passing places. And I'm sure as councillors we all know that county highways charge considerable sums for passing places. I was just wondering how many you're anticipating on that road. We don't seem to have got a clear answer otherwise.
Can I deal with the second of those first, if I may? It's only been in the last few days. I mean, I didn't know until yesterday that the county council had sent another senior engineer out, and that they were suggesting multiple passing places. I don't have a problem with that. Indeed, it's great. We will have to pay whatever they charge. I don't know how many they have in mind. As Mr. Aspal said, I suspect it's a technical question rather than something that we will have any input into. They will say, my hunch, my guess is they will say one north of Metfield Lane Farm and one south of Metfield Lane Farm, but I have no idea. Obviously, we just have to suck that up. On the other aspect, well, in last Saturday, we parked in 2 alleys on the farm. There were never more than 20 cars at any one point in those alleys. We have 56 alleys across the farm, so no alley will ever suffer a great deal of stress through parking. As I say, you've got photographs from our neighbour who's made a concern about mud, the field being made muddy. Well, it was made muddy, but it's being ploughed up in a couple of weeks, so I don't want to make light of it too much, but that is what we do. I don't believe there's an issue with soil compaction. We don't have a concern about that. Indeed, we may even in due course go to a no-till kind of farming, which is better for climate change and so on. So we won't even have the problems of softness that we do at the moment through ploughing. So
I think you've covered that. Thanks. Councillor Hadman.
Thank you. I've just got 4, but they're quite short, so don't panic. Do you still consider Wakelands to be a research centre? You said last time that your parents received grants from both abroad and the UK. You also said that science experiments could no longer carry on. Is that the right understanding? And have the grants been withdrawn, and if so, why?
Let me try and make sure I understand that. So the research grants were grants to the Organic Research Centre, principally, at a point where they had a team of people based there. So they had about 8 people based there in the office building that you've seen doing experiments there. So they received grant input, and they paid a rent to my parents as literally a premises rent for using the facilities. The ORC are no longer there in that capacity, and the grants are no longer available because they were EU grants. And my father's died, so that's not part of it. So that doesn't mean there's no science going on. Indeed, you may have seen, so there were some concerns from 2 objectors, Metfield Parish Council and another, about continuing science. That provoked the ORC's principal scientist to write to the council a couple of weeks ago to reassure the council that the ORC is very much doing work at Wakelands. They are doing a project which is involved, it's a cross-Europe project. It involves 6 farms across Europe.
Okay, so it's still research. You're still doing research. Thank you.
Okay, next question. How many people does Wakelands actually employ? Are they full-time, and what do they do? And is any of the accommodation for them?
How many people do we actually employ? Well, all of the people you've heard from, Henrietta, Fay, Maisie.
A number. Let's just a number.
Do you employ them?
They're all on a contract and they do work for us. Yeah, so they're available to do the supervision.
And the number is?
Well, if you count the other people, 12 at the moment, but I would expect more because everybody who's there as one of the enterprises will also be contracted to us to deliver the kind of management stuff that you've heard about.
Currently 12, and you think it will go to?
20 plus.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Next question.
Who will actually own and maintain the static caravans?
Who will own and maintain static caravans? Probably the occupants of them.
And last one is, Faye last time spoke of the mobile homes being used just for the first year of the start-up business to get them on their feet. Like I said, I've heard that nowhere else, it was just Faye. Is that right, or?
Well, that may be her personal aspiration, I've no idea. The point about them is it's up to 6, it's not a fixed number of 6, and the restrictions on them mean that they have to be occupied by people in those circumstances, so it's entirely possible that it would be 4 for a while, and it would go to 2, and then it might go up to 5, depending upon the ebb and flow of those people. And if her business thrives, and she's then able to afford to live in Fressingfield for £750 a month, which is the minimum price, and she chooses to move out, then either somebody else will move in, or that unit will disappear for that period. So it's not like a fixed thing. It's
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? No? Okay. So, Councillor Haddingham, over to you.
Thank you very much. So I suppose I should start with the fact that local opinion is indeed split. With 3 of the parishes involved, I've heard Fressingfield lend support, but Mendham and the most affected, Metfield Parish Council, do not. My own, I'm conflicted myself, to be fair, but I would also point out that I've heard from many more residents that do object to this than support it. But I do want to thank the officers involved and the applicants for the amendments and assurances they've given us and the work they've done since this was last heard. So I commend David and Amanda for supporting young artisans like Henrietta, Faye, Rachel and Chloe, but they're taking the farm in a very new direction, far from its research roots in the name of viability. Those working within the enterprise, although I've just heard differently, I thought they were not contracted by Wakelands, although they do benefit in kind. So there's no evidence to suggest they require agricultural accommodation as employees to the farm. I feel it's offering accommodation as an option, not as a necessity or part of an employment contract. It seems to me they're not agricultural workers. Like I say, whether they're employed by Wakelands, which was news to me, but the accommodation is being offered as an incentive rather than a necessity. The definition of a rural worker is key. Is there a claimed need for permanent workers on site? Is there a proven and essential need? There's no instances here, and this is a quote from the MPPF, where farm animals or agricultural processes require on-site attention 24 hours a day, and where otherwise there'd be a risk to human or animal health, or from crime, or to deal quickly with emergencies that would cause serious loss of crops or products. The only thing that would need attention would be the occupation of the pods and farmhouse, and possibly a large number of people camping in the pods. And yet, he's expecting the occupants of the caravans, who might be employed by him or not, to facilitate this 24-hour role on his behalf. The consideration on page 22, whether the need could be met through improvements to existing accommodation of the farmhouse, which is now being used as holiday accommodation, was it once thought that no one needed to live on site? Can't this be used to house visiting researchers and the like, or possibly workers with an essential need to be on the site? Does the veg box scheme really need on-site occupancy? Do people live at their allotments? The baking days has been quoted as 3 per week. Does that require 24/7 presence? If an enterprise isn't able to sustain sufficient income to provide a living wage, surely this suggests that the enterprise isn't wholly viable. Wakelands was never designed to be profitable. It's just too small at 56 acres. This application is to take the farm into a completely new business which should be judged by its own merits, not based on a legacy from previous scientific research. My issue is that the proven essential need for year-round occupation. Mr. Wolfe says for seasonal workers, if it was for seasonal workers, he wouldn't be here. That would be allowed under permitted development. I just can't see the need for 6 static caravans for up to 6 families to have to live on this site. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, questions for the ward member? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a point, really. You said agricultural workers, yet when I've read through the papers, it quotes rural workers. I'd like a definition of which is right, please.
The MPPF now refers to rural workers rather than agricultural workers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's fine.
Okay, any other questions? Yes, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I was going to a very similar place with that. I was perhaps keeping it back until if we got to a position where we were discussing the conditions, and that is that sorry, let's get that page again. Yeah, I mean, on page 19, right at the top, officers are talking about agricultural people working on site within the agriculture and forestry operations, and I wondered whether food processing, for example, fell within that or not. But then I turned to what the condition was that was suggested, and that actually talks about mobile homes, essential workers and dependent relatives. And so I just wondered you know, what exactly we mean there, and whether the condition actually covers what is proposed that we've heard, and what might be proposed, I suppose you would say, because we're basically sort of talking about three of the 6 mobile homes effectively have got a micro business attached to them now. I just wonder if we, you know, whether you know, essential workers is doing the job.
Sorry, what is the specific question?
I think the specific question is, are we describing the report at the top of page 19, agricultural and forestry operations, and in the recommended conditions we're talking about essential workers, and you know, are we correctly covering the ground that's intended? Let's put it that way.
So it's okay, Vincent. Can you answer that?
I think we can make it clear that we are talking about rural workers in that condition. We are in your hands, committee. If you want it to say that, that is what it will say. And you're right. A lot of it is agriculture, but you may say that spoon making and basket making is not agricultural, but it's a rural craft, and we want to be sure that we've embraced the sorts of activity that you would expect. So we can adapt the condition as you see fit, Chair.
Okay, if there are no other questions... Oh, yeah, Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Hanning, Fressingfield Parish Council are in favour of this development. They have a fully formed and adopted neighbourhood plan. Do you feel you've reflected their opinions in your submission today?
Before yesterday, they'd only written 2 lines, which are in the paper, the original papers, how they felt about it. I felt they were ambivalent, shall I say, that they weren't against it, but they hadn't written reams of, we think this is marvellous. They'd written 2 lines until we all received the letter that came from Di yesterday. That was all I, heard about it.
Okay, so I'm going to move us into debate. Now, we've heard from everyone. It's up to us to discuss debate. Obviously, we've done site visits. We've heard from the applicant. We've heard from objector, supporter, and some of the parish councillors who came today, and we've had written correspondence. So over to us to discuss debate. Councillor Eburn.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't ask questions. Normally, I ask quite a few during a planning presentation of a planning application, but I felt that it was covered in so much detail, and almost too much detail, within the presentations and the speakers, to the point I think we're in danger of micromanaging somebody else's business. And I think we need to be very, very careful about that. Now, obviously, I'm the first person to speak in debate, and and I will listen carefully to what everyone else has to say. But I think, in essence, I think it's a shame that there seems to be an issue about what used to be with this site and the people that used to run it, and that's not what we're about. We're about what is in front of us, who is currently running this site, what it will look like in the future, and that's what we should be dealing with. Equally, we all live in a rural area, and we need places like this to diversify and not get lost. This is a fantastic, to me, example of different rural businesses. There are people, there seem to be questions about people's contracts and so on and so forth. That's not for us to consider. People are trying to set up rural businesses in a place that's been much loved for years, and I feel that we should be supporting that. I understand people's concerns about the access, but I think that we can, I hesitate to say put our faith in Suffolk Highways, but they have said that they have no objection and will, and it's up to them to provide the technical specification for whether it's 2 passing spaces or 100. I'm sure it won't be 100, but it's not for us to determine how many it should be. It's for the technical experts on that front. Similarly, there's been discussion about what's happening on the site, and about holidays versus kind of courses. Well, frankly, an awful lot of people in this country go on holiday because they are undertaking a course. So I think it's very difficult, again, for us to say, well, if I'm doing a course of basket weaving over a week, that would be, that would be a holiday. It's not, it's not necessarily kind of, you know, one thing or the other. And I do think that, yes, there's been a lot of local concern, but I think often in these cases you don't hear from, I've never heard a parish council in support of an application describe it as marvellous. I think if they don't have any objections, they tend to kind of put one-off comments and leave it at that. It's when there's the objections that they want to go in much more detail on something. And I think obviously you hear from people who are objecting and have got concerns, but we also don't hear from those that have been to the site and that have been enjoying it. And I think ultimately, I think that I would commend the officers for their work on this application, but I'd also commend the applicant. I mean, they have put forward a ream of conditions that they are voluntarily putting forward to ensure that they allay any fears from residents. And I feel as a committee we should be supporting this. And I appreciate, Chair, I'm the first to speak, but I would be very happy to support this, and I'd be happy to propose that we grant this planning application. But I'm conscious that I am the first person to speak. Thank you very much.
That's all right. I've had lots of hands will go up. So it was next was Councillor Humphreys, then Councillor Mansell, then Councillor Mayer.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I concur with much of what Councillor Eburn has just said. This site already has a diverse range of business and event activities that employ rural workers, and it's really important that we support that and that we support innovation and businesses in the countryside. Really important. It's also a great place to go, and the course is extremely popular, so it serves the wider community. It's evident that at the moment local residents are using that narrow road to go past Wakefield Farm. So this would bring an enhancement for everybody by bringing in passing places. So that surely is a good thing. Although two parish councils object, again, as we've heard, Fressingfield support it. And I do get your point, Councillor Haddingham, but this is a normal response from a council that supports, and it does support it. And it states, the application as a benefit to the parish would make a positive contribution to the local economy. The amendments would mean accommodation screened from public footpaths and manage traffic under, obviously, the County Council and highways. And again, I'd like to commend the applicant really for basically your flexibility in changing the plan to mitigate the adverse effects that this could have caused. So well done you, and it's nice to see you've been proactive. Glamping pods. Glamping pods are common throughout the UK. They're widely used on rural areas. It's diversification of a business, which people need to do nowadays. Because the world's changed, and glamping pods are popular, so why shouldn't we support this application? And these are well screened. The mobile home application, up to 6, and as we said, it can be reduced to 0, depending on the worker requirement. And Chloe and Maisie, I'm glad you spoke, because it's nice to hear from somebody that's actually going to benefit from this project, because it now allows you accommodation in an area that you probably wouldn't be able to afford to live in on the wages or activities you're conducting at the moment. I don't know what they are, but it makes it inhibitive. This allows you to continue business and to live where you work. And we all talk about people having to travel for work. This is an ideal situation where they're on site. Why wouldn't you support that? It's really good. So I believe it's reasonable. I think the accommodation is required. I think the diversification of the business is good. Otherwise you wouldn't be doing it, would you? And like I say, the changes to the layout are fantastic. So I would support this, and I'm happy to second the motion for approval.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mansell, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. I too would like to concur with almost everything that Councillor Eburn said in her opening thing. And I think this is quite a complicated application, and I think it's a bit muddied by all of these events, which of course, if we decide today not to grant this planning application, those events on 56 days of the year will still go ahead. And I'm sure we've all been to countryside events in the countryside where parking is on a farmer's field, and yeah, it gets muddy, and occasionally tractors have to pull cars out of the mud because it's wet. And that could still go on, whether or not we grant planning permission today. And yeah, I too completely agree with Councillor Humphreys about, isn't it wonderful that these young entrepreneurs will be able to live on site where they work and not have to drive up and down Metfield Lane at the beginning and end of the days when they're working. That is actually going to reduce the traffic along that road on a day-to-day basis. Okay, so when they've got all 48 people staying in the pods and the vans, and they've got an event, there will be more traffic. But I think this is a fascinating project. I actually felt I was quite honoured to be able to go and have a look round, so thank you very much for arranging the site visit. I too was going to second Councillor Eburn's proposal. I think we should go along with this application, and I too think that the officers and the applicant have done an awful lot of work since this was first brought to us in August, so thank you very much for doing that.
Thank you. Councillor Field.
Shook me. Yes, perhaps to add a view in the opposite direction to an extent. I feel we're trying to determine whether this application meets the requirements of the local plan. We're not really here to be saying it's something we like and admire and we wish it to continue. The applicant is clearly trying to support a historic and valued farming experiment that is not viable, with a range of businesses that are also regrettably not viable, but are giving rural employment and certainly provide courses, etc., that are good for mental health, etc., of a wider population. So there certainly are some positives there. My question is there any real harm? And clearly there is some harm from traffic and noise, and we all know that parishes and people complain about that all the time, and it does impact on the amenity of people's dwellings or neighbours' dwellings. But I have to ask myself whether if we do provide the passing spaces on the road, the access road, have we not resolved that issue? And we are left with what is a relatively small number of vehicles transiting to the site on a few days a year, plus, as I think has been pointed out by others, vehicles that might be used by the actual business operators, which will not be transitioning on a day-to-day basis. So I guess on balance I find, although I feel that supporting businesses that are not viable is not good for our local economy, there isn't any great harm in this application, and I'm prepared to support it. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Mayor, then Councillor Passmore.
Thanks, Chair. I fully support my colleagues on the back row here, and I'm not going to reiterate things they've already said. I would like to pick up a couple of things that Councillor Field said. I'm not sure I'm a judge or should be judging whether a business is viable or not. That is nothing to do with me, and I don't think it's anything to do with what we're doing here today. We are plan driven, and that's the important thing. It's not what we like or dislike. We're trying to apply plans. And the traffic, well, Suffolk County Council has said that the passing places, they have no comments other than passing places are required, and the impact to traffic is not severe. And my understanding is that we cannot reject a planning application unless traffic causes a severe impact. It obviously doesn't here, so traffic actually is not a relevant consideration for us today. I'd also point out that Fressingfield Parish Council have a fully formed neighbourhood plan. That is a plan of which we should take due note and give due weight. They are supportive of this application, and policies within that plan should therefore be noted. I understand where Metfield Parish Council and Mendham Parish Council are coming from, but sadly they do not have a neighbourhood plan. Therefore, I must give more weight to the plan that exists. So perhaps that's something they may like to cogitate on in the future. I'm fully supportive of this and will be voting for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Passmore?
Thank you, Chairman. Just, I really want to be very, very clear. On page, I think it's 31, where it says, going back to this parking place, we just need to make sure it is parking places, should permission be given ahead, because I think that is absolutely fundamental. I don't want to reiterate what other people have said. I would also just like to make the comment when I was talking about the colours of the glamping pods. It's not that there is anything wrong with that per se. What I was attempting to try and explain, perhaps at the wrong time, if one goes ahead 20, 30 years and say something happened, the landscaping changes, it's very important we maintain the landscaping so that it doesn't become garish in the future, because you don't know who's going to own something in 10, 15, 20, 30 years' time. And we always have to look at the long-term consequences of things like this. So that's really what I was trying to say. And I clearly didn't phrase it in the right way as a question, but that was my concern, just so everybody knows. So it's just those comments, if we can make sure that these parking places are very, very clearly put down in any conditions that should people vote for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson?
Thank you. Yeah, I think when we discussed this previously, I did mention that I had been to an event at Wakelins a couple of years ago, and I hadn't actually mentioned that so far. I think we probably need to just note it. Having said that, I won't repeat what's already been said. I think that viability can be an issue for us as a planning committee. I think that it is secondary in this case to the various benefits that it brings to the economy. And if one was finely balanced, and we're not as it seems so far, if we were finely balanced, we might be saying, well, we will give this 3 years to see if it works. I can remember having done that years ago to a mobile home, and then if the mobile home proves the business is viable, then permission for an on-site, etc., dwelling, so things like that. But we're not in that place. The committee are largely, or entirely so far, in support, and I agree with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I'm the only one that hasn't spoken. I mean, for me, there's a conflict here. That's my biggest problem. So we've got a planning application for change of use of part of the land for 12 glamping pods and 6 mobile homes, and retention of part of the farm building and create educational baking facility. I have absolutely no problem with that at all. The problem I have is what I know is a periphery activity that is not part of the planning application, but is being tied into a 106, which is beneficial that it is being tied in, and it's trying to, and it's, I think really for the majority of the residents, my inclination is it's not this 12 glamping pods and 6 mobile homes that is causing really the conflict for them either. It's the larger events when they see the larger number of vehicles go up and down the lane. So how has that transpired? Well, I agree, well done to the case officer for working to pull together, to pull it all into one. I think the applicant has stated very clearly, he's very well aware of the local concerns in the community, the 24-hour contact number, the fact there'll be parking places will reduce the damage, hopefully, to the neighbours who have seen their people driving up on their land. So, and of course, actually, the applicant can hold 56 events a year anyway without any of this. So it is a conflict that causes me difficulty. But actually, if I look at the bigger picture with the 106 tied in, I think it will be better for the residents than it could be without having this. So it's on that basis that I find like I will support this, because I have absolutely no problem with the actual application itself. It's the 106 that I think is actually probably going to bring greater benefit in the long run for the neighbours. So, Phil, you wanted to come in before we go to a vote.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes. 2 points, and having listened to debate and having seen things emerge since our papers were printed, as you'll see on page 31, item 8F of the section 106 recommendation is for community parish notification / advertisement of upcoming events. Now, having thought about this and being alive to the fact from my own experience, Mr. Pearce has his, I have mine comes from the world of aviation, it makes a huge amount of sense to see whether we can broker more knowledge in a more formal way between the parish councils here. And what I'd like to suggest, Chairman, and this is for the proposer and seconder to consider, is to expand F to include measures for the establishment of a community liaison group, which includes one representative each of the applicant, Fressingfield Parish Council, Metfield Parish Council, Mendham Parish Council and Mid-Suffolk, chaired by the ward member. That, to me, would build the opportunity for dialogue around these activities as you describe. If that liaison group met on a regular basis, and my suggestion just to start with would be quarterly, to review upcoming events and to deal with planning issues that might have arisen in the course of previous events, and then to report those to the planning authority should there be any issues which are considered to be of concern. That, Chairman, would seem to me to build confidence and trust for the long term. Obviously, you also talked earlier about the question of what Council might do in dealing with Section 106s, and I would suggest as a corollary to that we add a little O to the recommendation, which is cost recovery associated with effectively participating in that group on the part of the Council's officers and in monitoring compliance of the Section 106, and that's not unusual these days. So I do have two suggestions which might build increased trust and confidence around those matters, and that's where I'll leave it, Chairman.
Thanks. Councillor Field is the absolute expert in liaison groups in this council, having carried the Great Blakenham Energy for Waste Site liaison group, but I'll leave it to others. Councillor Eburn and Councillor... Yeah, you're happy with that? Are you happy with that?
Well, yes and no, in that I wouldn't want, there's obviously been some kind of, let's say, bad feeling that's been generated around this application, and I wouldn't want there to be some kind of liaison group where the parish councils think that if they complain about something, then that's immediately going to be change everything or whatever else. And I think it's quite, and equally not for the applicant to think that, if they want to do something, oh, I've got to get the approval of the liaison group. I mean, it needs to be a collaborative kind of, or an information sharing, not a kind of mini court of law process for complaints kind of thing. So if it's purely on information sharing, then fine, and I think no more frequent than quarterly. I think otherwise that's onerous. And
I think put a time limit it for the first. You don't want it forever. Put it in for the first couple of years and something like that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree, and yeah, it's an informative group. Otherwise, you have this battle at every meeting, do you? Oh no, I've got. So we're not going to go down that route. It's informative, and I think you're right with the time.
It's a couple of years.
Yeah.
And around the cost recovery, which is standard. Yeah. Okay. Happy to go to a vote. Councillor Matheson.
Yeah. I just wondered whether it's clearly it's these larger events that are the cause of the community concern overwhelmingly, and all right. Other things have been sort of added on to try and knock the thing down. But whether officers have got anything else to say about the district council's role in managing larger events beyond what's already been said, particularly by.
I think if you look through the recommendations,
but that's the reassurance that I think people need.
But if you look under bullet point 8, there is a lot listed there. Yeah. Do you want to come in, Philip?
Yes, Chairman, just before you do proceed to vote, it will be useful, I think, just to go through precisely what is being put to members of the proposal, because obviously Mr. Pearce mentioned some additional items at the beginning. We've obviously tweaked things slightly, so I think for clarity it would just be useful to sweep that up.
Would you like to lead off? Or?
Thank you, Chair. So I've suggested, and I believe the proposer and seconder have agreed, and we've reached a point where, for a period, I think, of 2 years was in discussion, that item F of the Section 106 Community Parish Notification Advertisement of Upcoming Events shall include measures for the establishment of a community liaison group, which shall include one representative each of the applicant, Fressingfield Parish Council, Metfield Parish Council, Mendham Parish Council and Mid-Suffolk, and which shall be chaired by the ward member. Liaison group to meet with the applicant not less than quarterly and to review upcoming events and planning issues which may have arisen in the course of events, and in relation to this permission, and to report to the LPA any relevant matters regarding the permission and the purpose of this section 106 to cooperatively safeguard community engagement. So that runs for a period of 2 years, and then a little O, which would be cost recovery arising from the reasonable costs of the local planning authority in monitoring compliance with this section 106 and in participating in the liaison group under F. So that's amendments to the recommendation 1, the section 106, and then to the passing places to include a provision P, which is passing places to be agreed and dedicated to highway usage, because you can't do that under a planning condition, so we need to make sure that those places are available, are kept available for highway users of all nature, and to include that as an additional section 106. And then Mr. Pearce added various other elements, which I think he's done some housekeeping over, and I'll hand over to him.
Thank you, Philip. First was to require additional parking plans to be submitted, detailed parking plans, details of landscape reinforcement works, and the removal of temporary use PD within the red line site.
And that sits on top of everything on page 31 and page 32 of your papers. So,
not going to change essential workers to something slightly different.
Good point. Thank you, Councillor Matheson. To make it clear that we're talking about rural workers.
thank you. Okay, on that basis, proposed by Councillor Eburn, second, and it has been seconded here on my left as well. Are we going to, you're going to type that all in? No. It's seconded by, are you just going to put seconded by Councillor Humphreys?
If I read the vote for you,
Okay,
Chair.
yeah, read it
So
out.
your vote will read that application number DC 21011735 be approved as detailed in the Office of the Recommendation contained in the presentation to committee, and the additional conditions and updated S106 agreement as read out by the Chief Planning Officer and the Case Officer.
Okay, on that basis we'll go to the vote.
That's now in progress. 4. Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Thank you, Chair. That's 8 votes for. That's unanimous.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start again by 11:45 at this clock on the next agenda item 7B, so that some people can leave and some new people can come in and we can just grab a cuppa quickly. We'll start at 1:45, please. Okay, welcome back everyone. So we're now going to move straight on to application number DC 21-03292 in Bacton. And we're going to hand over to John Pateman-G, who's going to take us through this item. John.
Thank you. Get these the right way around. So this is an application for 85 dwellings, 30 of which would be affordable. This includes vehicular access from Birch Avenue, open space provision, community facility provision in terms of use, soft landscaping and attenuation basin, and all the relevant associated sustainable drainage. Bacton itself, just to kind of find where we are, aerial photograph. If we zoom in, we are south of the settlement boundary and south of the main form of development for, well, there's sort of a cluster of Bacton. We have a railway line to the eastern boundary with mature trees to the western boundary and more field to the south, and of course the developed existing estate to the north.
I think it'd be helpful to the public watching on YouTube, etc., if we had the right heading up there. I can't imagine how it's the wrong one, but it is the previous one. Oh, well done. Thank you. Excellent.
I'm not in charge of that I'll leave that one. No, thank you for that. I didn't actually look up that fast. Thank you. Right, so just to clarify, we are south of Birch Avenue, Bacton. And if I take the mouse, by Birch Avenue, we mean this road coming down here. This is Prettyman Avenue going along here and round. Right. So this is the official red line plan. And when we have the constraints. The site itself doesn't really have any specific designations or constraints. You will notice, though, there is a public right-of-way that crosses the railway line and then comes across this corner of the site here, which when you look at the layout plans, it has been taken into account. Obviously, wider afield, we've got the settlement boundary of Bacton itself coming around here and around here. And you can see the various little green lines of public rights-of-way that are dotted around. There are listed buildings, of course. Most of these are over here, just sort of coloured either green or orange going off to the left. So this is a full application. This means that layout, scale, access, appearance, principal, landscaping, all of that, everything is before us. There is an outline application. An outline application was granted in June 2020, so just last year. And this is essentially an outline for the same development for 85 houses with reserved matters except for access. Access was part of that outline application. The access for that outline application was approved in 2 locations. It was approved here to connect through on this point in terms of vehicular access, and vehicular access was approved in this location as well. This application is a full application, not probably the expected reserved matters that you would expect to come later after the outline. The reason a full application has come forward is simply because of a change in the red line plan to allow for one access and not both vehicular. So because of that change, they put a full application in for the whole thing, and that's what is before us. So in our opinion as officers, it is reasonable, in our opinion, to give the outline permission some significant weight as a material consideration in this regard. So we also feel that the applicant has considered the outline and what was approved at that time, and the protection of amenity, the distances from buildings to the rear of properties, has been continued into the application before us as well. The actual access to, wrong mouse, I keep doing that, sorry. This one, the actual access here is pedestrian access now only, and you know, a bit of open space and greenery has been put into there. So we've got a new place and a new connection, but not for vehicular access. And the actual access for the entire development will come through here. There's more detailed plans later. And essentially, this will lead to the community centre, however that may look in the future. Here, this proposal only provides land for the community centre. The details of what the building, whatever it might be, looks like, it will be a matter of a separate application. We have parking for that and a green space here, but as we lead through, this now leads through to the rest of the proposal, the 85 houses, and we have the sustainable drainage off here to the west. I should note at this point that part of the land here is known as the Hills, I believe locally. It's a little area of open space. That is owned by Mid-Suffolk District Council. Obviously, that is not a planning matter. The ownership is a private legal one between the council as landowner and the applicant, but it would be for due diligence and transparency just to mention that at this point. And what I will now hopefully do, get the right one, is just go through the various plans. So we have obviously the developed area and the various plans that you would have had in your packs showing the parking, showing where the height levels will be, and so forth. This is the location of the affordable housing. And we have landscape plans as well. Obviously on a PowerPoint, the detail of that isn't going to be overly clear, but essentially we are looking to create a new landscape boundary on the southern side. Majority of that is obviously open at the moment, but allowing some sites through to be maintained. We also have the existing mature tree line here, which is going to be maintained. There is a degree of what you can do with a railway line on one side, not least from the point of view of making sure that the railway line itself doesn't have any maintenance issues if you suddenly put a lot of trees against that, but there's a little bit there as well. That's more details around the actual access now proposed to ensure that that's compliant with safety and highway requirements. And then we have the proposal. Now I've reduced the presentation down to essentially some street elevations because we have all of the different types and there's a lot of them in your packs if you obviously had a chance to look at those. There's a range of housing types. There are bungalows as shown there. A fairly wide range of materials, fairly wide range of styles, and we have individuals there like the bungalow. They come with brick plinths and fairly detailed design and bay features and so forth, so good range. And I'll just skip through those a little bit. Leading on to the photos, right. So this is looking from the end of Birch Avenue. We've got the area known as the Hills, just over on the right, I believe, and there is a bungalow here on the left, the existing bungalow, and of course looking at it the other way around, now standing on the area known as the Hills, and looking at the existing estate. Trying to give you a sense of that area as a new access through to the field. As you can see, we're now in the field that's subject to the application. It's very difficult to give you photographs that make sense in one sense because you just get lost in a big field. But just to give you a sense, there's no denying it is open to the south, so it is quite an open site at this current time. And just to give you a sense of looking back to the estate, and what you see at the moment. And just doing a sort of standing in the corner, looking around the whole site and then beyond the site to the south. The railway line is sunken to a degree because there is a bridge that crosses over that from a public right-of-way point of view. So the bridge is somewhere just here, somewhere going across, or crossing, sorry, should I say. It's not a bridge, sorry, just crossing across there. It wasn't a bridge. There is a football ground on the other side, yes.
Bridge.
Is that level, sorry, my mistake. Unfortunately, I'm not the case officer, so it looked like a bridge on the photographs, apologies. Ultimately, yes, there is current access requirements across that point to the football ground. I would imagine people from the existing estate go across there that way. All dwellings comply with accessible and adaptable dwelling standards. All affordable houses will comply with the internal space standards as set out in the National Described Space Standards. All dwellings have private enclosed garden spaces. They have on-plot or close-by allocated parking. There are garages proposed for 21 plots. The scheme has been informed by sustainable considerations. This includes air source heat pumps to every dwelling and A1 green rated materials, water efficiency fittings, electric vehicle charging to all dwellings, on plot parking spaces as well. We also have adaptable internal spaces to allow for home working, and obviously that has a greater importance than perhaps the last couple of years. Given the outline and its fallback, it is reasonable to say we've established the principle of development, and the recommendation before members reflects this. The obligations secured under the outline application are again sought in this case, because obviously this is a full application in its own right. The development is considered to be in keeping with the adjacent development in terms of scale, density, with suitable appearance. There is a good amount of practical open space, green space, and space for trees to grow and to add to the attraction of the site over the time. Importantly, there is a new opportunity for community activity to find a focal point on this site, engaging both existing and the future community as a whole. And therefore, in conclusion, the recommendation is one of approval.
Thank you very much. Yes, lots of questions going on. Councillor Mayor first.
Thanks, Chair. Can you tell us more about the access? I'm a little confused. We're going down from 2 access roads to 1. Is there a reason for that reduction?
Obviously, the outline means the fallback is they could go back to the 2 if they wanted to. There's no reason in planning terms why 2 isn't acceptable, because we've granted it a year ago. I don't know the reason specifically why this application has come
I
forward.
think there's more to it, and the ward member can probably, when we come to him, can elaborate on that for us.
Then an associated question then. Is there a second access for emergency vehicles?
So you can go up to 150 houses without needing a secondary access. But on the other hand, the pedestrianised route is going to be open. So if absolutely necessary, you could probably get through there across that point if needed.
And a different question now. Am I right in reading that the outline approval had bungalows along the northern boundary? And that in this full application, those bungalows, some of those have turned into 2-storey houses? You look confused. Have I read it wrong?
The outline,
yes.
Sorry.
The answer is yes.
Okay, thanks.
The applicant shaking their head that it's a no, but so let's ask the applicant when they come.
At the end of the day, the application is full, so everything is before you for this application. So it is a case of your judgment of whether you feel that the estate design now proposed is suitable or not.
Councillor Passmore.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a question, if I may, regarding flooding. I'm slightly confused by the evidence we've got. There's a holding objection, I think, from the County Council flood people. can you just explain how that works for the applicant? I'm sure they can resolve it, but one of the things I've always found slightly odd, although this I don't think is in a floodplain or anywhere near it, one thing that might help, of course, is when we get torrential rain, is not to have too many impermeable driveways and so on. So in other words, the water could percolate through. Now, I don't know whether that's appropriate, this or not, but I'm slightly puzzled by this holding position regarding flooding. I think it's on page 148, 149. What does that actually mean?
John, can you come in?
Yeah. I'm sorry to bounce that on you. I know it's a very specific question.
I just point out, John's had to pick this up because the case officer couldn't be here today, so that's why John may not have all the detail to hand straight away.
I understand the flood team are satisfied. I've just got to find the response that says that, so bear with me. So the holding objection is on there, but there's not an updated... Was there an updated one in the...
Sorry, in these days where you can get some torrential downpours, obviously dealing with surface water and not going into an Anglian water asset, I think it says earlier in there how they would just resolve it. I'm not wishing the discussion.
I can't answer the details of that, but I've got here on my notes from the case officer that the sub-scheme is now fully approved by Suffolk County Council's flood team. So I'm guessing there must have been an amended correspondence.
Right,
and I will try and chase that.
Yeah,
if I can
that
find
might be
that in a
something
minute.
for other applicants later. Thank you.
Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got several questions, if I may, but firstly, on page 105 of our report, can we just correct that the NHS England comment says that SIL has been requested to increase capacity at the Bacton branch of Mendlesham Surgery. It hasn't. Work is underway at Mendlesham Surgery to increase capacity there, and Bacton happens to be the branch of Mendlesham Surgery. As far as I'm aware, there's no work going on at Bacton branch. And I think actually when you read their specific comment, that does explain that. It's just been put in the report incorrectly. At the top of that page, the parish councillor said to seek confirmation that dwellings 78, 81 and 82 are single storey. Can you just show me on a map where they were? Because I couldn't see that on I mean, I probably could have found it online, but I couldn't find it in the papers. Please.
Yeah, so there should be... do you have colour on your pack in terms of orange?
Is that the ones backing onto the existing...
Yeah, so there's an orange line that says everything needed to be... Because one of the things in the outline was that there shall only be single storey at a certain point. So that should be followed through in terms of this application. If you bear with me, I'll just find the right plan. I'll try and put it on screen.
Is that slide 10, is that, I think?
So where is the orange line? Bear with me. Right, so if I can put, is it slide 11 on the screen, possibly? Thank you. I'll go find it. I've got to go for the photographs. I'm sure there's probably a quicker way of doing this, but bear with me. Right. Now, the one I want is... not that one. That one. So, the orange houses are the single storey.
So 78, 81 and 82, I presume those ones, those three, are they then the three blue ones backing onto Prettyman Avenue, those three?
Those three would be two-storey. Well, yeah.
So those are the ones. I can't read the numbers, that's all. I'm assuming those are then 78, 81, 82. But...
bear with me so I can read them on here.
Yeah. Okay.
I can't read the plot numbers on my version.
Okay, I'll ask the applicant, thank you. And my... two more questions, if I may. One is the affordables seem to be in two great big chunks, and one is beautifully sited right next to the railway line. I just wonder if there's been any more discussion about why have we ended up with two chunks and backing onto the railway line with one of them. And secondly, could you tell me what the depth of the hedge landscaping is along the boundary between the new homes and the existing ones on Prettyman Avenue, please?
Right. The first answer to the question is, why is the affordable housing in lumps? Obviously, there is a balance with spreading affordable housing out in terms of pepper potting, as the phrase is called, versus what housing associations want, which is housing clustered together for ease of maintenance and dealing with land transfer concerns. So it is a matter of that balance. I'm not aware of any objection to what's proposed from my housing team.
Thank you.
But I'll leave that there. In terms of the hedgerow, I'd have to come back to you and check the file if that's okay. So this is on the which boundary, sorry?
It's on the boundary of the existing, the gardens of the existing homes on Prettyman Avenue and the new homes, so on the northern section of the site, please. And there's a landscape hedging, which I think is going to be looked after by a management committee, but there's obviously been concerned about that, and I want to know how deep that, how wide or deep, whatever, is that.
I'll get in there and measure it in just a moment.
Thank you.
Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 4 queries that I would just like to ask. I missed some of the conversation that you were having with Councillor Matheson about the bridge. Is there a bridge over the railway, or is it a crossing that is likely to be shut by National Rail in due course? My second question is, you rushed over a whole list of things that the applicant was doing, and I think you said that they were all to national space standards, but there was a comment in the papers about that not being made clear, so can I just clarify that? Third question is about cycle links. The access that was to be a road access that's now only going to be pedestrian, is that also going to be a cycle link? And is there also a cycle link that looks like it might be there on the sort of north-western corner onto a track? One of the plans I can see says something about cycle link. And the other one is there's a residents' representation comment about planting on the southern boundary. So what is the planting on the southern boundary? Thank you.
Apologies for reference to the bridge. It's a crossing, not a bridge. So in terms of the railway line, it's not a bridge. So that deals with that. The cycle link, it doesn't appear to be, it's not confirmed to be a cycle link. So that would be something for you to debate. Planting, again, I have to go back to look up those planting issues, and I can come back to you both on that in a moment. And the national space requirements do apply to the affordable housing. I don't think they apply entirely to the market housing, but you can take that further.
Can I come back on the cycle link? I've got a plan off the website thing, which quite clearly says cycle link in the northwestern corner of the site. That's not the access onto Prettyman Lane. It's access onto what I believe is a track. But should I be asking the applicant about those things?
I think to ask the applicant for confirmation, and this is where we have to apologise that I'm not the case officer and I haven't worked on this for months. I'm only presenting what is given to me. Ultimately, we can, for the avoidance of doubt, take that away if necessary, as if you were to say debate and you're only going to approve it because of it being a cycleway, then that's something we would adjust in terms of the recommendation, just to make sure that a cycleway is achieved in that context. But I'll come back to you on that as well.
We're adding to your comeback list, aren't we? Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, I should have spotted perhaps at the beginning of the meeting that I was on the site visit that went to here prior to being on the committee which granted the outline permission. So I do know that the several things that came from that work. First, one of which was, there was a question about the access, the change of access. Well, originally the access was entirely Prettyman Avenue, and when we got there we said, whose is that bit of land there? And it's, oh, Mid-Suffolk's land, right. So then we said, well, we must surely use that as the entrance, because the community locally was not happy with the Prettyman avenue entrance to the site. So we then moved to 2 entrances, and then we've come back. We've now got the preferred entrance. So that's where that came from. And clearly, again, the bungalows that back onto this site, we wanted to reduce the impact by putting some there, and that's why you've got the amount of space and the single story specified that we've seen. And there was one other point that I think came out of that. There might have been another one, but anyway, so that's why things are now as they are to some extent, and obviously that's why I knew there was not.
Can I say we're just on questions?
The bridge, yeah, the bridge was.
So what's the question, please, John?
Right, the question that I have is quite separate to those points. I just wanted to explain why, you know.
We're not in debate.
Right.
We're in questions of the presentation.
Right.
Please.
Yeah. Now the question is the sustainability statement. We've got page 106. The reference says condition recommended for sustainability and energy scheme, but actually the sustainability statement has been submitted, and on page 179 we seem to be reading that the sustainability officer has actually looked at it and is happy with it. So there's a bit of a mismatch there. So do we need a condition when the condition's already been signed off? I think is essentially the question. I did try and answer it a couple of days ago through the officer, but I didn't get an answer, so I've got to ask it again here.
Yes, to ensure that the measures are implemented. So we may have them proposed.
Yeah, well, it may need to be written slightly differently then, yes.
We can discuss that under debate.
Yeah, fine, thank you.
Any, Councillor Field, a question?
Wouldn't you like a life history instead?
No, sorry.
The question is, the Section 106 obligation includes open space, delivery and management in perpetuity. The question is basically, understand the question, do we, in those 106s, do anything to control that any management charges associated with such management activity are fair and reasonable and escalate at a reasonable rate, I guess, i.e. inflation or something around there? Do we make any action? Because I suppose the life history bit is that I do have an area at the moment where the escalation seems to be anything but reasonable.
Ultimately, the detail of this is to provide open space that would be for the public access. Then the 106 would also seek details of the locally equipped area of play. And so essentially what the 106 is doing is securing the provision of that space. The long-term maintenance is a matter of we are going to ask for it to be maintained, and it's likely to be either a private management company unless someone like the parish or someone else steps forward. There is no provision normally set in motion in standard terms of any money in that context. So that is not provided for.
Is that not possible within the planning context?
Ultimately, when we as a council take over land, we negotiate for a sum of money from the developer because we want it to be maintained for a good 10 years or so. Obviously, in this context, if it's the parish council, they may say, well, we'll take it off your hands, but we want funds of X to be able to maintain it for at least 10 years. And this is probably why private management company is a popular choice, because essentially it takes revenue from the new houses as a yearly tariff or something, and ultimately maintains all open spaces in that form.
But if the management company chooses to apply a tariff to those houses that escalates dramatically to the disadvantage, particularly those perhaps in affordable dwellings, do we achieve any level of control, or is that not appropriate?
No, because I would imagine that when you buy a house, that's the point you negotiate or decide whether or not you're signing up to that or not. And that's a market.
Yeah, that goes through the legal pack you get when you look at the property, I think.
Thank you.
That's it from questions. Okay.
I think it was touched on already, but I wasn't clear that the at 2.4 in the report, the nationally described space standards. Is it then the case that the market homes are not compliant with NDSS? If you read the sentence carefully, it says that the affordables will be.
I'll let the agent tell me otherwise, but I don't believe they are entirely compliant, no. Can I come back on those other points, though, that were raised earlier? So, in respect of the cycle links, first of all, so we have a 3-metre cycle lane or link that goes around the attenuation basin on the north-west side. We don't have, on the plan I have before me, any indication of the link to Brittenman Avenue also being a cycle link, but saying that, it's wider than the cycle link that goes around the attenuation. So I would imagine there would be no harm saying that it should be both cycle and pedestrian. The buffer to the north boundary, the landscape buffer that goes at the back of the properties, and this is at the back of plots 1 to 6, and then also 78 through to 85. That landscape buffer, on my measurement here, is almost 5 metres wide. The southern boundary buffer, if you give me a moment, it is, there's a green space. There's obviously a way you can walk around the southern boundary because there's a pedestrian path there. The green space between that path and the edge of the boundary is about 4.5 metres. Within that, planting of trees in clusters will be proposed, but it isn't solid.
Thank you for that, John. I'm just pondering this cycle link, and I'm sorry that we've had a lot of papers and I'm not au fait with exactly where I need to be looking. The 3-metre cycle link on the northwestern corner of the site, which is sort of on the northern edge of the attenuation basin, on a plan I've found online, I'm not sure if it's in the pack, it looks like it goes outside of the red line area. So is that part of the section 106? And on some of the other plans, it appears to wrap round a bit further around the attenuation basin before going out to the track. So there seems to be a bit of inconsistency about where it's going.
I believe on the northwest connection there is a claimed right of way to get to between the site and the track. And that's all I know.
Okay. Right. Thank you for that. So we're going to move on. Councillor Mellon, you have a question before we go on to the speakers.
Not signed in here. Oh, well, thank you. Right. Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just a couple of questions. The question on the buffer at the north boundary, because I know this is a real concern for residents of the existing homes there. Is that buffer back fence to back fence of the gardens, or is it within the gardens of the new properties? So that's the first question.
According to the plan I have in front of me, it appears to be within the garden if I take the way they are drawn. So the majority of it is in the garden.
So the reason for the question is because some of the residents on that boundary, the sort of existing southern bit of the estate, have rights of access to the back of their gardens, and there's a path there. So I really wouldn't want that to be compromised by
No.
whatever we do here.
That's also shown on here, so that the right of access is maintained by the looks of the gap between the two boundaries.
Okay, thank you. My other question is on the play area. In the papers, it says that there's provision for land for a play area. I'm pretty sure normally with these sort of applications, you know, the play area comes sort of fully kitted out. So I'm not quite sure why that's not the case here.
In my experience, we have both approaches really. We've seen applications, even as a full application, with a complete understanding of whether it's you know, are they springing tortoises and everything else and climbing frames. In this case, we have provision for it, and we have it in the 106 to achieve the specification. That's the important thing for it. So that is pushed down the line a bit for agreement later.
Something for us to debate later, for you to bring up later. Okay, thank you. So we're going to move on to the speakers now. We have no one from the Parish Council, we have no objector, no supporter, but we have the applicant, David Fletcher, so over to you, and you have 3 minutes, please.
Perfect. Thank you, Chairman. As I say, we fully endorse the officer's recommendation as set out in the report. Bellway Homes acquired this site following the grant of the outline approval that was mentioned by your planning officer. And just to clarify the point about the access, the normal course of action would have been for us to submit a reserve matters application on the back of that outline approval. However, the Birch Avenue access provided solely access to the community centre, not to the residential dwellings. As part of our very early pre-application discussions, it became very clear that there was significant concern both from the Parish Council, local ward members and also residents within the local area, particularly along Prettyman Avenue, regarding the access point from Prettyman Avenue. We like to think this is a really good example actually where a developer has listened to those concerns, and rather than submitting a reserve matters application, which would have been the most straightforward, it would have negated the need for us to do a new Section 106 agreement and further background reports. We took the view of submitting a full planning application to reconfigure the access from Birch Avenue to allow all of the traffic to be served from Birch Avenue and to avoid traffic having to go down Prettyman Avenue, which is a fairly narrow cul-de-sac. Just to pick up on some other key principles from the outline application, we fully honoured that it was a 20-metre separation distance to the dwellings on Prettyman Avenue. So all dwellings are set at least 20 metres back from that, and the majority along that boundary bungalows. As we've heard, we're also providing a landscape buffer, and we've relocated the pump station, which was agreed as part of the outline application. In addition, we've also heard that the residential properties along Prettyman Avenue will have right of access to the south, so they can access their rear gardens. Again, as we've heard from your case officer, we're fully committed to sustainable design, and we are providing all dwellings with air source heat pumps and all dwellings with electric vehicle charging points. We've also adopted a fabric first approach where we are achieving significant improvements above building regulation standards. The dwellings have been designed to reflect and respond to the traditional character and appearance of the surrounding area, and we believe this development will make a positive contribution to the area. Just to pick up quickly on the lead local flood authority point, that their point of concern was solely in relation to maintenance and management, and I think as we've heard, that's been picked up as part of the Section 106 Section 106 agreement. We're very happy to answer any questions that the members will have, and I suspect there may be one or two. And just to say, I've got Laura Spriggs with me today from Bellway Homes, who is also on hand and happy to answer any questions. And lastly, in that regard, I'll just note that Bacton Parish Council are supporting this application, and I think that's largely reflected the discussions we've had with them and the change that we've made in terms of the access point location along with other matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, questions. We'll start then. Councillor Mansell, then Eben.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to ask about a bit of clarity about the national space standards on the market homes. Can you clarify whether all of the market houses are to those standards? I'd also like your comment on the issue raised by one of our housing, whatever the term is, officers about the small number of open market two-bedroomed homes which doesn't meet the requirements for housing in Mid-Suffolk. I know it's not policy, but I'd just like your comment on it. And also, are you able to clarify the position about the cycle link on the northwestern corner, where it actually goes, because I've got plans at two different places, and would you be happy if that access and the access onto Prettyman Avenue were to be cycle links as well as pedestrian links? Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. No, I'll do my best. And I think also just to say, my colleague Sav Patel, who's been dealing with this day to day, he's on paternity leave at the moment. Hence, while I might need to bring in Laura to answer any of the questions. But firstly, regarding nationally described space standards, I confirm that nearly all of the private dwellings meet that standard. All of the dwellings meet M42 standards across the whole site, and nearly all of the dwellings are NDSS compliant as well. I think there was a question regarding cycle link provision. Yeah, it's our intention there's a cycle link provided both in that northwest corner of the site and also north onto Prettyman Avenue. And if there needs to be any wording to that effect in terms of planning condition to secure it, that's absolutely fine from our perspective. Sorry, can you just...
The other question was about the limited number of two-bedroom market dwellings, and whilst I've just got my mic on, you say nearly all of them meet the standards. Could you tell me how many don't?
Laura, do you want to come in on the mix?
Yeah, so in your question regarding the two-bed units, so we have 4 joiners, which are 2 beds. We also have 3 woodcarver bungalows, which are 2 beds that could be for, and they're M42 compliant as well. And we don't have any further market dwellings that are 2 beds, but we do have a small 3-bed dwellings, which are the Taylors.
That's the name of the property, the style of the property, sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, we have. So we don't have any further 2 beds, but we do have a very small Taylor, which is a 3-bed unit.
And are they the ones that don't meet the national space standards?
Oh no,
then?
sorry, I was just confirming what was the 2-bed and what was the 3-bed. So the space standards, I don't believe that plot 78 is a space national described space standard, because that is a saffron. But I believe all the other ones do.
So one property doesn't meet the standards. Is that what you're telling me?
I believe so, yeah.
One design, is that?
It's the 78 saffron.
Plot 78.
Plot 78.
Okay, I've got Councillor Eburn next.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your comments so far. I've got several questions, if I may. Firstly, the landscape buffer between the development and the gardens of Prettyman Avenue. Would you be, if we conditioned that to be 5 to 6 metres wide, to ensure that that is actually a buffer? And also what's to kind of prevent people from moving in, finding they've got a massive hedge at the end of their garden and thinking, oh, I'd rather have another 5 metres of garden, so so will that be maintained by a management company? So can we, firstly, 5 to 6 metres, and secondly, a management company? I was also going to ask about the housing mix, but my colleague has done that, thank you. And the, with regards to the bungalows along the back onto that, there were 3 plots that the parish council mentioned. Would you be able to change those 2 bungalows? And thirdly, the leap, the play area bit, if it's in the section 106 just to be provided, where's the money coming from to actually put one in? Is that going to be within the section 106 so that there is, it's all very well providing an area and saying it's going to be there, but are you providing the finances for whoever to put that LEAP, I'm assuming it would be a LEAP one, a LEAP play area in? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'll do my best on that. I think, firstly, just picking up on the width for the landscape planting, I think, you know, very happy to have wording in a Section 106 agreement regarding that. Just to confirm, it will be part of the management company, so there's no risk of that being removed.
Can I just, sorry, can I just interject there?
You turn your microphone now.
Oh. It was on. Okay, sorry, just to interject. We will write into the deed of the contract for the purchasers that they're not going to be able to remove the buffer. So, and any works that they do anyway in their deed would always come back to Bellway to approve.
And just to pick up on the point about the width, I would rather that wasn't specific in terms of the agreement, just to give a flexibility. As we've said, we've got this area to the south of the residential dwellings where there's pedestrian access for the dwellings to the south of Prettyman Avenue. So there's a bit of a balance between the width of that access and the landscape buffer. Certainly, I mean, from our perspective, our landscape plans have been drawn to show a substantial landscape buffer, and that's not to say that we can't achieve 5 to 6 metres, but I would rather that would be a detail that we can deal with by, you know, with officers, and obviously we've heard the comments today in that regard. To secondly, just to pick up on the point about the bungalows, just to confirm, I believe actually on that plan, 2 out of the 3 dwellings are bungalows. I think that they if you look at the dwellings number, I think there's the 2 that are nearest to the pedestrian access with Prettyman Avenue. I believe that's plot 78 and plot 79. I believe it's plot 82, which is the one which is the third from the end. It's sort of the middle point on the sort of east side of the Prettyman Avenue access. That's the only one that isn't, but I think members will see from that the plan that's in front of them that dwelling is actually set the furthest back from Prettyman Avenue, so it is well over the 20 metres back-to-back distance that was referenced in the outline consent. And secondly, just to confirm that we will be delivering the LEAP, and again, that will be a matter that will be secured as part of the Section 106 agreement, but it will be Bellway that would be responsible for its delivery.
Thank you very much. Councillor Field.
Thank you. Sorry to return to a subject that's been brought forcibly to my attention by some 80 residents at the moment. The issue of the management of the open spaces, etc., the management company we've been talking about, clearly that's perfectly reasonable to hand that to a management company. I'm really just questioning the sort of level of control you maintain, and that might be included in the 106 on the financial behaviour of such companies. You know, they're excluded from the new government legislation on leaseholders as its action with a freeholder, and clearly there's an opportunity there, not for Bellway but for some other company you might delegate to be unreasonable. What control do you maintain?
I take your views on board. It is an issue that sometimes our customers raise with us directly. You know, they don't want to be spending a certain amount of money and then in a couple of years' time it increases. So with the management company that we set up, we try and do reasonable and try and put reasonable endeavours in place so they can't exponentially put up costs, and that's written into the management company contract. And there'd have to be a justification of why they were going up. You know, if there was a big issue, but they'd all have to be, every resident would have to be informed of that.
Better not quote anything else from there. Okay.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, presumably you'd be happy to agree that there will be a significant biodiversity net gain. And I think going from arable fields, that should be fairly easy to achieve, and obviously members would be welcoming a big gain. Most of my other questions have been dealt with already.
Can you just give the current question?
Yeah. So what I'm left with is welcoming the fact that they're all compliant with Part M4 too, would you be agreeable to providing one dwelling, one of the bungalows, to M43 standard so that it's livable with the wheelchair?
As part of a planning condition, certainly. Sorry, if it was put in place as part of the planning condition that you wanted one property to be M43, one of the bungalows, then we could certainly look at that, yeah? No?
Okay. Yeah, Councillor Mellon. Then we'll come on to you after your question.
Yeah, so just a couple of questions for clarification. I'm still banging on about this northern boundary, I'm afraid. On part of the the back of the existing houses, there's a path. So are we going to end up in a situation where the back boundary of the existing properties and the back fence of the new properties are there, and there's a kind of narrow path between them? Is that kind of where we're going? Because I understand that you're
I'm just going to bring in John Pateman-G. He just wants to come in quickly.
Okay.
I don't like doing this because obviously I wasn't the case officer and I wasn't involved in the negotiations at this point, but I'm kind of stepping in here as area planning manager a bit. Ultimately, I'm looking at the landscape buffer that I have on my plan. I've got this landscape buffer, that is all within the residential gardens. So each one is essentially going to be maintained by the individual owner of that property, regardless of the covenant or even a 106 requirement for them to do so. You then have the access route, which is about 1 metre wide. It varies slightly, but effectively 1 metre along there. Now, I'm going to be blunt and say that feels like a fairly unsupervised space in planning terms. So I'm going to suggest that there is a solution here, but I think it's notwithstanding the plans in front of us. I think notwithstanding the plans in front of us, we need to have agreement on exactly what that landscaping buffer is, whether it should be in the gardens or not, and the access, to my mind, needs a degree of personal security with it, even if it's only available to the individuals that use it. And I don't think that is before members to adequately get their heads round. So I'm going to suggest that any decision today is either conditioned to that effect to allow us to do that, or delegated for us to come up with a conclusion on that point.
Okay, thank you. Well, we'll pick that up.
Can I also just suggest from here, I'm more than happy to put a condition on the cycle link to Pridham Avenue, but I didn't quite understand your point where you said there was different accesses for the one on the northwest. They all seem to be the same point on my plans that I've got in front of me, but regardless of that, the access, the cycleway we've got only goes to the red line boundary of the site. What happens beyond that is beyond the control of the applicant in any event, to my knowledge. So it reminds me actually of a site in Needham Market I dealt with where we had National Rail involved. Essentially, we can only go so far as to secure up to the point, and ironically there's still a bit of mud between the public footpath and that link, but they took the gate down and people go across there anyway. But the point is we can only go so far in that context.
Thank you. Councillor Mellon, you want to come back?
Yeah, one final one, I think. On page 220 of the bundle, at the top there, this is the list of the 31 conditions which were put on the outline. And I understand that Bellway have agreed to kind of keep to the principle of the 20-metre buffer between, but it says there, between 20 metres of the northern site boundary and I think you said back to back. So there's just a slight discrepancy there. Is it 20 metres back to back houses, or is it 20 metres from the boundary?
Yeah, sorry, that was my mistake. It's 20 metres to the boundary.
Can I just come back, because Mr. Pateman responded to my query about the cycle link in the northwestern corner. I'm sorry, the plans in the booklet are too small, and even with a magnifier you can't really see them. So the ones I'm looking at, I've got one that's called PL04 parking layout, which has come off your website, which has got a loop round the top of the attenuation basin, and then the path goes out a little way from the corner. And then I've got something that's called PLO3 detailed layout, which has a cycle link exiting right in the corner. Those two are not the same place in my mind.
I believe it's the first of those, the two.
So that the PLO4, which is your parking layout thing, has got to like wrap round and then it goes sort of out halfway down the thing near a tree, I presume that lump is. And PLO3, which is called detailed layout, has got it going straight out the corner.
Yeah, I'd need to just check the rev numbers, but that, yeah, I think the first as you described is correct, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for letting me come back. Just a quick one, which has been raised from some of the points, is this landscape buffer to the north. Place services have said that 3 metres isn't enough, so I'm concerned that can we put in a meterage within the discussions that John Pateman-G has kindly mentioned about conditioning post any kind of decision to ensure that we're not left with a very small buffer. Thank you.
Have to come to that when we get to debate. I guess John's got time to give it some thought. Councillor Mellon, it's now over to you as the ward member.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the initial outline application for this site came before this committee a while ago, and members may recall that I opposed the application. At that time, the site was outside the draft JLP settlement boundary. I felt it was a speculative application, and I had some concerns about the proposed access through Prettyman Avenue. The proposer of the site at that time made various pledges to the community about the size and scale of the development and the size of the buffer. Some of those were captured in the conditions applied to that consent, but I think some of the controversy about this current application is because those pledges were made. Sometime later, the site was sold on to Bellway Homes, and I'm happy to report that Bellway have engaged regularly and substantially with myself as a district councillor, with Councillor Stringer as Bacton's county councillor, and also with the parish council. So what we have before you today is an application that's gone through various revisions following discussions between the developer and ourselves. The main revision, and I think the reason why this is a full application rather than reserved matters, is the change to the access. The original outline permission had the main access coming through the cul-de-sac off Prettyman Avenue, and then a secondary access through Birch Avenue for emergency vehicles and the community facility. And this was clearly problematic. And I think that the proposed single vehicular access through Birch Avenue that we have now is a big improvement on what was previously agreed. There are a few points that I feel are worth making. The Highways Department has stated that there will not be unacceptable or severe impacts, but there clearly will be some impacts, inevitably, from the increased traffic from this and the 5 other large development sites coming forward in Bacton. The original scheme had included provision of off-site bus stops on Pound Hill, which are not in this application, though they may be delivered through the Section 106 process. I will just point out that Bacton used to have a regular bus service coming through from Diss and I through to Stowmarket, which has gone down to just a minibus a couple of times a day. So I do hope that this and other developments will stimulate demand, and we'll get a better bus service in future, and maybe the county's bus service improvement plan will also help. I do welcome the fact that Bellway will be heating these homes with air source heat pumps. The original outline had a long list of conditions. Number 31 of those was a limit on the height of homes within 20 metres of the northern boundaries. And what people took that to mean was that would only be bungalows on that boundary. And that's what residents understood. So there are, however, I think 6 two-storey homes on that boundary, but they're just over the 20-metre limit. So I feel that Bellway has kind of kept to the spirit of that condition, but really not what was promised originally. So it's a shame that they're not bungalows completely, or maybe 1.5-storey homes. And the original applicant made much of a buffer between the gardens of the existing homes and the back fence of the new homes. There was going to be a big strip there of open space, and that has disappeared and decreased down to just a planted buffer within the new gardens. So I do hope we can sort out something on that, as John has proposed. There is concern that the layout of this development could then lead on to a further extension to the south at some point in the future. I know that's not part of what we're talking about now. But we are right next to the railway line. There is potential here, if Network Rail got their ducks in a row, for a new Bacton station with a stopping service here, and that could be possible. So can I sum up by saying that although I objected to the outline permission, that ship has sailed. Bellway have really engaged with us and the community. The cycle link to Prettyman Avenue, I think, would be very welcome. The point Councillor Mansell was making of connecting into the track, which is called Pullham's Lane, I know that's outside the red line, but if we could have the potential for connecting there, that would be great. It would be great if Bellway would stump up for the play equipment. Lastly, it was mentioned that this access road is going through what's called Bacton Hills, which is some lumps of spoil left over from previous stages of development. But they are valued by the community because it's the only place in the area you can slide down when it snows. So if we could somehow recreate a slope in the new green area, that would be great. But I don't have any significant objections beyond those points. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we applaud your optimism for a new railway station. Okay, any questions? Yes, Councillor Eburn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for that, Councillor Mellon. I just have a concern about the railway crossing. Do you know, by any chance, if Network Rail, it's one of the ones that Network Rail are going to close? I can't remember off the top of my head. And I'm just, because I know this area very well, and across the other side of the railway is the football pitches. So more houses here is going to be more increased traffic, as in pedestrians going to and fro across that railway. So just got a bit of a concern about the safety there. So can you just confirm what you know there? Thank you.
Yeah, so it's a pedestrian crossing, not a vehicle crossing. And I think Network Rail have closed up a number of the vehicular crossings, but as far as I know, that one is still open. It is dangerous, there's no doubt about it, although it is a straight section of line, so you can see the trains coming. But obviously, if there was a new station, they could put a bridge over.
Well, that's all the questions, so it's up to discuss, debate, and to come to a conclusion. Councillor Humphreys, you're first.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, there's a few things I was a little bit concerned about, but they've sort of been satisfied as we went through. One of them was that cluster of the affordable houses and the fact that they're in two clusters, one close to railway line. But I understand it now that actually it's not just the developer that's involved in this, it's the housing authorities as well and their requirements for land and the management of that land. So I do get it, and I'm happy with that. Councillor Matthiasson confirmed actually historically that the layout, as in the access, is what they wanted, and that's what we've got. And that's also been confirmed by the ward member, Councillor Mellon. So that's a good thing. So I haven't got an issue with the single access either. I like the keeping of the mature hedgerow trees, etc. My only concern with this really is the buffer between the properties to the north. And I get the fact that you're going to put some planting in the garden. It's really nice. You're going to condition it in deeds. I get all that. But we did talk about there was a buffer anyway because there's access to the back of the houses on the north, isn't there? So there's also a physical buffer between the fence lines. I'd like to see, if I was going to support this, which I think I am, I'd like to see some condition that actually laid down the dimensions of that, which would increase the buffer between the properties and make it not such a tight alleyway with all the issues they have as well in the lives we lead in this modern world. So I'd like to see some condition, if that's possible, on the dimensions of it. I like all the environmental stuff. I like the fact you're going for the air-sourced heat pumps, the way you construct in the building and everything else, electrical charging points, ticks all the right boxes. The two-storey houses that are opposite the houses, the current houses in the north. I had an issue with that initially, but as it's been explained, they are quite set back, in all fairness, and there's only 3 of them, and one of them is well over 20 metres. And the fact is, they do satisfy the condition, which was 20 metres. Whether that's 20 and a half or 21 makes no odds. It satisfies the requirement. So I haven't an issue with that. And I will be supporting this. I will listen to other debate, but I'm minded to propose. In fact, I will. Why come back? I'm going to propose approval. But I would like to see that condition.
So, John, can you just elaborate on how you would deal with that condition, please?
Yes, I've been thinking about this a little bit, bearing in mind other comments as well. If I did it I did say delegate or condition. If I did it as a condition, I think we can do it as a condition. I've got my words in my head of something like this, which is notwithstanding the details received, plans for the landscape buffer along the northern boundary shall be submitted to us for agreement. It shall achieve up to 5 metres where possible. Now, I notice we can't say 5 metres across the whole lot because some of the plots are closer than the others. So there's some provision in some that I think are definitely worthy of 5 metres. A couple, if you say 5 metres, actually takes up almost half the garden or more. So we need that flexibility in the conversation to have, but it certainly could be more than what it is currently. And this would include detailed access arrangements for the residents as well. And thereafter, those details shall be retained as agreed, including its management. So we can do that, and we can put a condition to that effect. But I think we apologise at this point because I think that area we could have sounded out a bit better than what we have done up to this point. Okay. So that's an apology from here.
Okay, well, thank you. Councillor Passmore was next.
Thank you, Matthew. I don't want to repeat what Councillor Humphreys has said, but I'm very happy to second this. What I would like to say is I think it's been a well put together application. If only other developers actually took as much time and trouble to consult local people. The fact you've got support of the parish council and general agreement from elsewhere, I think is very, very commendable. And it also saves us an awful lot of time having protracted debates and discussions, in my opinion. One other thing, I think John Matheson mentioned about the bungalow and M3, I think that we probably need to put that as a condition, if you would agree with that. I think it's a very sensible suggestion. So, Chairman, without going into any other details, risk of repeating it, I would like to second this proposal with that extra condition as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, John Petman-G, you want to come in?
And that includes cycle link to Prettyman Avenue as well.
Okay, Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. I too am pleased to see that the level of consultation that Bellway have done with the local ward members, district and county, and the parish council and residents. And I'm pleased to see that the sustainability within the housing, such as the air source heat pumps, so unlike last month, that it's pleasing to see that, and also that this scheme has been amended, and I think it's good to bring it, forward in this way because it shows what has been changed and what the community have asked for. I would just, I do want to ensure we get that northern boundary correct, because I think that is going to be a source of irritant to residents if we don't get it correct, and we do need to ensure that that is a sufficient, and I think, I don't particularly like where possible. I think it's got to be something, and it's up for the developer to decide how the houses are positioned or the gardens and so off. So, and I would just want assurance that that LEAP play area in the section 106, it says delivery, that is actually providing it, paying for it, providing it. I would like confirmation that that is the case. But otherwise, and I'd also would want to ask whether we can just put where that railway crossing is, that pedestrian crossing across the railway line, is there some way we can just put, I don't know if it's more signage or prevent, I say kids, but prevent anyone from kind of, rushing onto it or whatever, just to really ensure the safety of that crossing while we've got the opportunity at this site. So if anything can be done with that regard, I think it would be useful, but otherwise I'd be happy to support this as it is. Thank you.
I don't really want to get into that too much, other than the LEAP is definitely paid for as far as the 106 is concerned, so it either has to be provided by the applicant or they have to provide all the money to make sure it can be provided. So that's dealt with. The specification of that would be agreed by us as well. Just looking at the landscape buffer again, we can reverse it around the other way around, which is to say it shall achieve 5 metres in depth unless otherwise agreed. I still feel that there is some degree of flexibility needed there for some of the plots because it's just impractical.
Thank you. Councillor Matheson and Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. Yes. Having seen the very beginnings of this, it speaks to the benefits of site visits, and it speaks to the benefits of good engagement with the applicant and so on, and that's all very welcome. So just small points that we can perhaps try and get. Incidentally, to say on the affordable layout, originally all the affordables were by the railway. Even that's been improved. It might not be ideal, but it was improved. So I think we should make sure that the Prettyman Avenue cul-de-sac entrance is capable of emergency vehicle use, just to make sure that's, if we got it there anyway, it would be foolish to not make it vehically usable for that purpose. We've done lots of others like that one. And we've got the M43 one bungalow in the market sector, so that's a conditional right. And the only other thing was, I just really to say to Bellway, please consider offering people the option of PV panels on the roofs to help with the electricity for the air source heat pumps. That's a marketing point, but it's a lot cheaper to put them on when you're building the houses than it is retrofitting them afterwards. Thank you. And I'm obviously supporting this.
Thank you. Councillor Mansell.
Thank you, Chair. I too think it's great that Bellway have worked with the community to provide something that is acceptable to the parish council. I'm a little bit disappointed in the fact that there are so few 2-bedroom market dwellings, and unfortunately we don't have a policy to ask developers to put more smaller dwellings. And I think it's also a bit disappointing that we have 1 out of the 85 that doesn't meet the national space standards. You would have thought well, couldn't we just have had them all? That would make it better. I'm a bit intrigued by the level crossing issue, and I happen to have just looked up on the web that Bacton IP144NS, which I believe is the one we're disputing here, that's next to this account, has not been granted a closure order like others across our county. And yet National Rail don't seem to have been a consultee about this development. I don't know whether they were for the outline, but living in a village which also has railways and crossings, and I know that Network Rail insisted on closing one of the crossings adjacent to a large housing development. So I'm a little bit intrigued that they haven't had anything to say, especially given that the ward member has just said that although the visibility is good, it is quite dangerous. I mean, that's on the main line. Where I live, we only have the slower trains anyway. So it is a bit of a concern that the residents of 85 new dwellings might all be rushing across the pedestrian level crossing to get to the football pitches. So I don't think there are any grounds to not support this application, but the more that people are talking about this level crossing, the more concerned I am, actually, in the fact that Network Rail don't even seem to have made a comment. Well, then it's not listed in our list of things in our papers anyway, so maybe someone can correct me on that.
Well, we'll leave John Pemberley to have a look at that. And Councillor Field, do you want to go next? And we'll come back to that point.
Just briefly, really, I'll avoid saying again what everybody else has said, but just to congratulate the company on its liaison with the local ward member and the parish councils, etc. I think that's good, and I think there's some evidence that they've been doing that elsewhere. and on the air source heat pumps, although I'm given to understand the lack of gas in the area probably does encourage that decision, but it is one I certainly welcome, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, can you answer that question about Network Rail?
My memory of our requirement is that anything within 10 metres...
Sorry, John, you have to speak up.
Sorry. I was just trying to see what we consulted, and I just want to double check something, but we should consult Network Rail in terms of anything within 10 metres. I'm just checking now that we have, so just bear with me while this computer has decided not to do anything. Bear with me, I'll just double check. Oh, come on. Can I come back to you in a second? I'm just waiting for this to load up.
Yeah, I think everyone's spoken who wants to speak. I'm not going to add anything more. I think it's all been said. Councillor Mayor, you're happy? Everything's been said?
As we're waiting for John, there was a lot of anxiety about the railway crossing at the earlier stage as well. Yes.
It's quite important.
Unfortunately, I've just got the circle of death going around.
Well, Ian, I mean, if we haven't consulted with Network Rail, what does that mean? And can we approve it subject to consultation and conversations with Network Rail about improved safety at that crossing point? Or how do we deal with it?
Is it, sorry, John, still waiting for it. It is, if I can just make sure I've understood properly from John, it is our practice to consult Network Rail within...
So our statutory duty is publicity for applications for planning permission within 10 metres of a relevant railway land. We are required to publicise an application for planning permission by serving notice on the infrastructure manager of relevant railway land, so in this case Network Rail. I have no record of that notification being made.
Right. Well, if
on our system.
I think the delegation needs to ensure that we deal with that point before any permission is issued.
So what we do is we issue, can we vote, and it seems everyone's in favour, but then leave it with a condition that the appropriate measures are put in place with Network Rail, and particularly bearing in mind you've heard the concerns about the railway crossing and any additional measures that might be needed.
I would have to change our recommendation to you to say that it needs to be delegated to officers to only issue, if it was an approval, the decision subject to us looking at that issue and consulting with Network Rail.
I think, are you happy on that basis as the proposer and seconder? Okay, so can you just run through the wording just so that Claire can put it on the vote, so that when we go to the vote we're using the right wording, please?
So do you want me to summarise where we are? So, your recommendation is as your papers, except that it shall be delegated to planning officers to notify Network Rail, the statutory undertaker for the railway land, and subject to no issues raised from that, that it goes as recommendation with the addition of two conditions. One is cycle link to Prettyman Avenue being agreed, and notwithstanding the details received, that the plans for the northern landscape buffer to achieve 5 metres in depth unless otherwise agreed by the local planning authority, including details of access arrangements, and thereafter those details shall be retained as agreed thereafter. Oh, sorry, 4-3 bungalow, right. I didn't hear that one earlier.
Okay, good, and that's been proposed by Councillor Humphreys and seconded by Councillor Passmore, and if we can now go to a vote, please.
John, can I just confirm that you're happy with the wording I've got here? Hold on, I'll read it out to you once my system lets me confirm it. Okay. So I've got application be approved as detailed in the officer recommendation and the additional conditions as are read out by the area planning manager. Will that cover everything for you?
You need to change it to delegate to the head of planning. So just at the beginning, it just needs to be delegate to head of planning. Actually, you're right. It does say delegate. It doesn't say grant, does it? So delegate to. I think it's the point is it's subject to the consultation of Network Rail.
So it can be what you've said. Okay. So that vote is now in progress, members. Councillor Humphreys, thank you. Okay, shall I take your vote verbally? Thank you. That is 8 votes for, Chair. That's carried.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, everyone. Well, thank you very much. What I propose to do is to take a 30-minute break for lunch. The canteen closes at 1:30, so if we did another one now, then we'd get no lunch. So I think we'd better break now quickly for half hour so we can get down to the ground floor. And we'll start again at 1:40, please. Okay, welcome back, everyone. So we're going to just move the agenda around slightly because we've had some people waiting here since first thing this morning. So we're going to go straight to 7D and then come back to 7C. So that's on page 275 of our papers, which is planning application number DC 210359. I'll hand over to Alex Scott, who's going to take us through the application.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, members, this is item 7D, application reference DC /21/03589. Land to the rear of the Lees in Coits Meadow, Stonham Aspal. The application before you is an application for approval of reserved matters and conditions attached to outline planning permission reference DC/18/04191 for 5 dwellings. And the outline application was approved by members at committee on the 30th of January 2019. Matters of layout, scale and appearance and landscaping are for your consideration today, and matters of principle and access have already been addressed by way of the outline planning permission. So if we move to the presentation, this is the location of Stonham Aspal within the district for the avoidance of doubt. The approximate location of the site, hopefully you can see that there, that little orange dot there. And for reference, we have the A140 and A120 crossroads, and Stonham Barns is in this location, just for a point of reference. And the approximate location within the village. And this is the site location here, hatched in the purple line, edged in orange. Now the site does actually sit outside the settlement boundary of the village as designated in the current development plan. And the village is designated as a secondary settlement in the development plan, but with sustainability for housing development and the like. And the most significant constraint would be the setting of Orchard Farmhouse here, which is a Grade 2 listed building. Here is an aerial view of the site. Now the site comprises part of the existing horse paddock, which is accessed directly via the street. Now the proposed means of access to the site would not be by this existing access, it would be via Coits Meadow. And part of the application is for the demolition of the existing house here at the Lees. And I've got a detailed layout in the slides preceding. This is the site location plan for the outline, which was approved. And this would not change by way of the reserved matters. So land in question, edged in red, and land also within the applicant's ownership in blue. And this is the proposed layout. So we would have an access road leading from Coits Meadow to the 5 dwellings proposed. And what we have here is 1.5 story. That's with the second floor within the roof space dwellings. And those are 5-bedroom dwellings. And we have 2 full height 2-story dwellings, which are 4-bedroom. And garage blocks proposed in association with the 1.5-story dwellings as well. These are the elevations of the 1.5-story dwellings at plots 1, 2 and 3, and the associated garage elevations as well. And for plots 4 and 5, which are the full height 2-story dwellings. This is the construction management layout as provided by the applicant, which shows parking and temporary infrastructure here when the site is under construction, as well as an attenuation basin, which is just outside of the site but within land controlled by the applicant. And just for completeness, this is the layout that was indicated at outline stage. Onto some photographs. This is the entrance to Coits Meadow, and this is the existing dwelling at the Lees, which is proposed to be removed as part of the proposal. And then another reverse view. This is the Lees here. And the existing access from Quoits Meadow onto the street, and reverse view. And this is existing access to the site and the field beyond, and this is Orchard Farmhouse, which is the Grade 2 listed building referred to earlier. Another view of that there. And this is looking back past Orchard Farmhouse, now on your left, towards the street, at the point of the existing access to the paddock, which is here. And then looking beyond that to the field beyond, and then a few shots from that agricultural access. And this is the rear boundary of the site to the agricultural field beyond. And this has been provided by the neighbouring occupants from their window at Orchard Farmhouse, which is a listed building, a view across the existing paddock. So that concludes the officer presentation as set out in your papers. Officer recommendation for approval. Thank you, Chair.
What you haven't touched on is the application process, because there was an application that came forward. Was it in for reserved matters that was refused?
Yes, that's correct. That was refused on delegated authority for several reasons. The applicant has since amended that, and there is a list of amendments provided for you in paragraph 6.3, which I can go through if that's helpful, or if you're happy just to read that yourselves.
I think what would be useful is just to compare what is different between what was refused and what we've got today, just so that we can understand what the differences are.
Okay, sure. I don't believe I have the plan to hand. However, paragraph 6.3 does set that out in writing. That's all I'm able to help with at present, Chair, I'm afraid, without going away and sourcing that.
Well, can we, John, have you got it on your system?
So the refusal for the reserved matters previously was on 3 different reasons. The first reason was a technicality on the basis that the original house wasn't going to be demolished, but ultimately the outline had that as being demolished. So there's a technical thing, it didn't comply with the outline in any event. The second reason picks up on heritage issues, considered that the proposal would not be, let me just read this again, bear with me. Essentially, we considered there was harm to the listed building asset. I'm assuming that's, here we go, Orchard Farmhouse. So Orchard Farmhouse, did you say Orchard Paddock in your presentation? It's also, Orchard Farmhouse is the nearest listed building to the south of the development. And ultimately, the design layout was, for that application, was not considered appropriate in that it would erode the historic rural character and setting of the listed farmhouse.
Can you just elaborate what's changed on this?
Without comparing one layout to the other, bear with me. Let's have a look.
Just the reason I'm asking is, looking at the net papers, it seems that what we refused was five houses there, and we've got an application for 5 houses. So what I'm trying to work out is why that was refused and why this is not being refused. Just the differences, because they were both for 5 houses on the same location.
Okay, bear with me a moment. So we also had a residential amenity issue on that refusal as well, in terms of the close proximity of the access road. Okay. Have you got the layout? You can just put back up on there for me. Yeah, just leave it on that. So that's the proposed layout for this application. That's interesting. Well, probably I can't give you both at the same time to compare and contrast. Ultimately, the refused layout was essentially retaining the existing house at the beginning of the access drive, and then you had 4 houses in a compact arrangement within that locality there. This goes back to the outline that obviously granted for 5, and we now have this proposal for 5. I haven't looked at the elevations to see what differences there are. These are bungalows in part. I think these were all 2-storey houses, but I'd have to quickly check. Let's have a quick look. This has got 2 bungalows, hasn't it? Well, 1.5 storey. Well, okay, sorry. Rooms in the roof, as in 1.5 storey, though, aren't they? 2 of them. The previous designs were all 2-storey, as in full 2-storey. Oh no, they weren't, sorry. One of them wasn't. Okay. Where do we take this? Right.
Let's ask see what others think. Sorry, that's just my starting questions. Yeah, Councillor Mansell first.
Thank you, Chair. I've got a couple of questions. There's a comment on our papers, page 277, saying that the heritage team didn't provide any comments, and yet the previous, the outline and this previous application for that's been refused, both seem to be refused or had issues with heritage. So I'd just like to know what, you know, if they were asked for comments and they just provided no comments. I just find that a bit odd. And my second question is the large green area either side of the sort of access road, which on one plan looks like it's constructor's car park or something. Whose responsibility will that be once the houses are completed? Is that part of the garden of one of the houses, or is it a management plan, or what? That large open space.
Yes, the first question regarding heritage comments, they were consulted formally, and we received a response as is summarised in the consultee section of the report. I'll just get it in front of me, just so I'm clear.
Page 277.
Yeah, I don't have the page number, sorry. So they say, no comments will be provided by the heritage team. The proposals are not considered to be significantly harmful to warrant heritage involvement. And that is all that they say. Now, myself and my line manager, Gemma, did double check this with the heritage lead, Simon Bailey, and he didn't want to comment further. So I think those are the formal comments of our heritage team. Now, in terms of the green area either side of the access, that would be a private access road and private open green areas within private control. So it would be up to future occupants to deal with maintenance of that.
So will it be the joint responsibility of the 5 dwellings, or is it one dwelling's private garden?
I don't think it'll be anybody's private garden. Perhaps that's a question for the applicant's agent, who I believe we have here.
Councillor Eburn.
Thank you very much, Chair. The one aspect to me is the sort of, there's the increase in the size of houses in terms of the bedrooms. So we've gone from, in the outline, what would have been 14 or so bedrooms to 23. I just wondered what's the, you know, why was that increased from outline to now? And secondly, the, you know, I was too struggling with the difference between that one and I've got on my screen the previous one that was refused, and the only difference is the house in the top right-hand corner is now that way and was north-south, and the house in the right-hand corner was level with the one next to it, where it's been turned 90 degrees, plus they've been reduced by half a storey. But it seems to me that, but surely the heritage views would be similar. But anyway, so why is the difference in the bedroom sizes from outline to this really is my main question, and was it advice from the planning officer that's led to the slight change in directional configuration of the houses? Thank you.
Right. In terms of bedroom number, I mean, matters of scale, appearance, layout, were all reserved at outline stage. So that detail is in front of you now for your consideration. And, sorry, the second question, Councillor.
Whether it was due to advice from planning that has led to the change in orientation of those two homes. Thank you. Right,
okay. Well, the applicant didn't come in for pre-app specifically on this latest revision. But as I understand, the latest layout, scale and appearance has been informed by the previous refusal. So, we haven't. The applicant wasn't advised specifically by your officers on that. Yeah.
John, you want to come in?
Just a quick question myself, actually. Have we got a copy of the outline in the papers? Thank you. Thank you. So ultimately, if members look at the outline, there is no control over the number of bedrooms imposed by planning condition, and therefore we don't have that as a reserved matter to deal with now. In terms of the changes from the refused reserved matters to this one, ultimately there is a judgment here, but in the end, the changes are outlined on page 283, as my colleague has said. They may be slight in your opinion, but that is obviously a matter of debate, and whether they are sufficient in your opinion to overcome any heritage matters you may consider, that will be a matter of debate. In this case, we don't have a heritage opinion. They have decided that it does not warrant them being involved, and unfortunately that is the position we are in as officers before you.
Okay, Councillor Mayor.
Top, do you have a distance between the two? It seems very narrow. I dare say it's...
Okay. Yes, I don't have a precise figure, but yeah, reasonably close, as you can see from that. I don't believe so. Not planning anyway. Yeah.
The road leads to a green section that doesn't appear to be in either, on the east there, doesn't appear to be in either house. It's garden. I would suspect that's being retained by the owner.
For field access, I believe that's the,
really?
That's the official.
Yeah, it's just, yeah, and I don't know, the indicative plan was very different to this.
Yes, it was.
So, in my, not a question, sorry, Chair.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, Councillor Passmore and Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, but very, very quickly, could you just clarify this issue that's come up about the number of bedrooms? Am I right from the advice we've been given that there isn't anything you can actually do about it? I know the parish council raised that, gone up, was it 14, 15 bedrooms to 23, but that's the way it is, and there isn't anything as regards legislation or policies that we have that would do anything about it if we wanted to.
So your judgment today is on the appearance of the building, scale of the building, but scale is implied to be physical dimensions of the building. How many bedrooms you pack into it is not before us.
Thanks very much. Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I struggled alongside Councillor Mansell with the heritage, given the reason for refusal on previous reserved matters. that was a struggle. But apart from that, I noticed there's nothing about the sustainability of the design of the building from officers. And also there wasn't anything about the waste services didn't seem to have commented either as to whether that it was satisfactory from their perspective, which given the relatively narrow access road is probably another thing that, you know, did we ask them? Yeah, I think they are the points of question.
Okay, we'll go. Did the waste team comment?
No, I don't believe we've had a response from them, from the waste teams. Whether we consulted them, I'm unsure of. But in terms of getting bin lorries inside and out, I will say the bin presentation points are actually proposed to be on Coits Meadow itself, so there wouldn't be a requirement for the bin lorries to go into the new estate itself. Yeah.
Did we ask the environmental management officers for any comment on the sustainability of these designs?
Well, that would be at outline stage, and I don't believe we did at the time.
We had a considerable lecture yesterday in the planning training about that, and I think that what we were advised was that we could be looking at it for it at either stage. If any other members that were there perhaps support me on that. Yeah, I think we ought to have asked them, frankly, but anyway.
Do you want to come in, John?
I'm slightly curious of how you've been advised that you can apply that at either stage. Reserved matters are only the reserved matters. You know, you can only judge the appearance of something if it's been secured to appear in the first place. So I'm curious about that, but I'll come back to that training issue maybe another outside of this arena. In terms of the outline, there is no condition, I'm just looking through it, for sustainability, energy, so how much water the taps use, etc., has not been secured for this application that I can see. What was the other part? The other part was the waste services. Waste services are normally part of the Highways Authority. They tend to take the consultation in and it gets split up between them. But there's no record of them being consulted independently.
Councillor Humphreys.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just some clarification, please, Alex. Page 283, 6.3 and 6.2 talks about the removal of plots 1, 2 and 3 from 2-storey previous to 1.5. That's not strictly true, I believe, and that's why I need clarification, because on the indicated outline plan, plots 1, 2, they're in the north. They're now 2-storey, not 1.5. And spot 3 is sort of 1.5, so it's not correct. So, and that would affect, well, it's just not correct.
Paragraph 6.3, I refer to the previous reserve matters application, which was not the outline. Apologies if that's not clear.
So, sorry if I may, Mr. Chair. So 6.3, you're absolutely right to refer to that. The changing, so it says here, the changing of plots 1, 2 and 3 from 2-storey to 1.5, but they haven't changed to 1.5 because they're 2-storey in plots 1 and 2. If we're using the same logic of plot numbering, which is number 1, which is top left, moving all the way around in a clockwise direction.
It's actually, if you look at the tiny print on page 338, plot 1 is on the right.
On which page, sorry?
338. Go to page 338. And they've got the plot numbers written on them there.
Okay, fine. So there's been a change of plot numbering.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. That has cleared up that. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so we'll move on. Right, so we go first of all to the Parish Council. Rob Stevenson, welcome. You have 3 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you. Stonham Aspal Parish Council is disappointed that the report before the Planning Committee ignores or glosses over many of the legitimate concerns raised about this planning application. I'd like to address some of them now. So number one, it is known that details of the reserved matters application must be in line with the outline approval, and significant changes require a new application. At outline stage, the development was for 2 two-bedroom semi-detached houses, 2 3-bedroom bungalows and 1 4-bedroom house. It is now 2 4-bedroom houses and 3 5-bedroom houses that have double garages with the same roofline as the houses. This development is now almost twice the scale of the development agreed at outline stage. It is our view that these changes are significant and the current application must be refused and a new application made. Number 2, the outline application specifically mentioned the need for smaller houses in the area, and the local supporter comments reflected this. The people who can afford 4 and 5-bedroom houses will not be working in this hinterland village. We believe the focus should be on building the right houses for local needs, and this proposal is not that. Number 3, the significantly increased development will create a doubling of traffic with significant detriment to the enjoyment of existing and future residents of Coytes Meadow by increased noise and disturbance from vehicles, pedestrians and from vehicle headlights at night time. Number 4, the impact on the significance and setting of the Grade 2 heritage asset. We find it concerning that the heritage team, in a report dated the 22nd of December 2020, found the scale and mass of housing unacceptable and objected to placing 3-bedroom bungalows where there are now 5-bedroom houses with double height garages, and for this to be considered insignificant impact. The unnamed, unreferenced, undated, non-headed paper 20-word report saying insignificant from the heritage team does suggest the matter may not have been thoroughly reviewed. Point 5, the large attenuation pond is clearly outside the red line, and we do not think the committee can be legitimately asked to approve a drainage scheme with features which fall outside the matter under consideration, the site under consideration. Point 6, our concerns about the positioning of the bin store alongside the existing properties in Coytes Meadow and the excessive distances new residents will be expected to drag them has been ignored. Number 7, the lack of safe provision for pedestrians is unacceptable, and the plans are silent on who will be maintaining the verges. In conclusion, the Parish Council does not agree that the major increase in scale of these buildings after outline approval is acceptable, and the impact on the increase in scale on residential amenity and heritage assets significantly outweigh the doubtful public benefits of the proposal. So we therefore urge the Planning Committee to respect and support the needs of the village community and refuse the application.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we have any questions for the Parish Council at all? Yeah, Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, is the lack of footways typical of new development in Stonham, or is this will be an exception? I mean, I think we could see there's a footway in Coytes Meadow. Apart from that,
so Coytes Meadow has a footway all the way around it, and you know it's a family houses. The new development has nothing, and throughout the rest of Stonham Aspal, all the other cul-de-sacs have footways and pavements.
Okay, thank you very much. As there are no other questions, we'll now move on to an objector, Beverly Brady, and welcome, and you have 3 minutes as well.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'm representing 1, 2, 3 and 5 Coytes Meadow, Longshore, Orchard Farm and the landowner who farms immediately behind the proposed site and owns the adjoining track. The revised plans represent an unacceptable 60% increase in property size, not in line with outline approval. How can this be a reserved matter? We fail to see how 5 dwellings of such size and occupancy can add value to the mix of local housing where the need is for housing which is affordable. The properties are out of character with Coytes Meadow. Instead of a bungalow, we'd be overshadowed by an oppressive 5-bedroom, 2-floored dwelling. The drainage basin still remains outside the red line area, integral and needs separate approval. Of serious concern is the relocation of the contractor's parking material storage offloading bay, site offices and portaloos slap bang between 3 and 5 Quoits Meadow. Unsightly for residents and visitors for months on end. How would you like to look out of your lounge or bedroom window and have that greet you? Moving the builder's compound to the front of the development substantially increases the noise, disturbance and harm to neighbours, a major concern, particularly as adverse impact to the character and appearance of the area was a primary reason why the original application was thrown out by Planning Inspectorate. Working from home, mainly on conference calls, becomes nigh on unbearable for me. The bin store, another unsightly addition to the middle of our cul-de-sac, unnecessary if the access road was genuinely adequate. Increased traffic via a new unlit access with no pavement seems ludicrous. How the idea of an access road cut through the middle of our small cul-de-sac isn't considered significant is frankly beyond me. We're very surprised by the no comment response from Heritage. Their report on the most recently refused application was concerned by a medium level of damage to the setting of the listed building, and comments from the Planning Inspectorate previously also referred to diminishing its setting. Our secluded setting, the boundary in part being the wall of the Lees, would be gone, leaving our home of 15 years and much loved garden exposed. Devastating, and a risk to our security and privacy. The recent felling of 2 perfectly healthy mature trees and the manner in which it was done has already shown a complete disregard for neighbours. It was highlighted last week the amount of land already available and should be a prime consideration against this speculative greenfield application. Overall, we fail to see how the Planning Officer's report provides a balanced representation of the facts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was spot on 3 minutes. Thank you. Any questions at all? No? Okay, so we'll now move on to Craig Beach. Welcome, and over to you, and you have 3 minutes as well, please.
This proposal is for 5 low-energy dwellings on a site which has outline planning approval for 5 dwellings. The Council have previously confirmed the site is suitable for development and is a highly sustainable location set centre of the village within a short walk of the village school. The houses have been carefully designed utilising a rural Suffolk aesthetic based on single-storey brick barns for 3 of the plots with room in the roof and 2-storey timber framed looking barn buildings with black timber cladding and brick and flint ground floors. All have red pantile roofs. The houses are positioned to reflect typical barn-style grouping set around a fold yard. Thus, the scheme sits comfortably and is in expected form and grouping within the village. The single-storey brick homes have a roof space that is fully hip to further reduce massing, but this contains the bedrooms with roof lights to maximise the use of space. High-quality natural materials have been used throughout, materials that are identifiable as being of rural Suffolk. Extensive landscaping is included in the scheme, including mixed native hedging to all boundaries, numerous native trees being planted across the site, and large landscape gardens to each dwelling. As stated by your planning officer, this is a sustainable location with good pedestrian connectivity and no adverse impact on the natural environment or biodiversity. The resultant development is considered to be of a suitable density and design character for the site and area and provides interest and adds a unique character. All statutory consultees offer no objection. Highways, environmental protection, flooding and drainage, and heritage officers and county archaeology fully support the scheme. Mid Suffolk have noted in today's committee report that the scheme provides a high standard of amenity and design, has addressed the matters raised by Stonham Parish Council, and will create a new landscaped edge to the village and provide suitable green landscape screening and boundary treatments. They state overall the development is considered to provide an appropriate addition to the village. We hope you will follow your planning officer's recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Do we have any questions at all? Yeah, Councillor Mansell.
Thank you. I'm particularly interested in your comment saying that they were 5 low-energy dwellings. I don't seem to recall anything in our papers about the carbon footprint or otherwise of these dwellings. So perhaps you could explain to me what low-energy features these dwellings are proposed to have.
these dwellings basically are going to be highly insulated to passive house standards, and I think the reason the applicant came to us was because they were looking for low energy sustainable dwellings. They'll feature air source heat pumps, electric car charging, and low water use technologies. So they're not aimed to be passive house, but they're aimed to be above building regulation standard. I think we had comments in our design and access statement that went with the application, I think.
Thank you. Any other questions at all? Okay, thank you for that. I'll now move on to the ward member. This is from Councillor Susie Morley, who couldn't be here today. I really do not understand why this application for reserved matters is before you, the committee. A previous application for reserved matters on this site, DC 2003291, was refused because the application was not in accordance with outline planning permission, impact on significance of heritage asset, and impact on residential amenity. The current application continues to fail on these grounds. Reserved matters are not in accordance with the outline planning permission. The proposed scale of this development is over 60% bigger than that indicated at outline planning stage. The single-storey houses indicated have all been replaced by large two-storey properties. There has therefore been a significant increase in scale and change in building types. This materially alters the basis of the decision to grant outline planning permission and is clearly not in accordance with the outline planning permission. It should not be possible to consider such a significantly larger scale proposal under reserved matters application. Further planning permission should be required for such a proposal, and this current application should be refused. The proposal includes and relies upon unapproved development outside the agreed red line area. The current plan indicates the construction of an unapproved large intervention pool with associated drainage systems and a potentially permanent contractor's compound on agricultural land outside the red line area. See document 207469005, engineering layout, or 47003G, proposed site plan ground, and others. These will have a significant impact and lasting damage to the natural environment and surface water characteristics of the land, as well as on the setting and significance of a nearby listed building. The proposed intervention pond is fed by drains from the proposed development, and as such is an engineering operation that forms an integral part of the proposed development. It cannot be considered to be agricultural work. It should therefore require planning permission. The Heritage Officer gave detailed reasons for refusal of the previous application, which were accepted and summarised by the Chief Planning Officer in the refusal decision. The current application does not mitigate the harm to the setting and significance of the Grade 2 listed orchard farm, and the public benefits of the proposed development do not outweigh the level of harm to the setting and significance of this heritage asset. These remain architecturally massive as two-storey, five-bedroom properties with a 6.5 metre ridge height, far removed from the small three-bed bungalows shown in the approved indicative plan. The new proposal places these massive properties just as close to Orchard Farm as the refused application, and worsens the situation by moving two double-height double garages to sit 10 metres nearer to the listed building than they were in the refused plan. This latest application appears to largely disregard the objections and recommendations of the Heritage Officer and the Planning Officer's statement in the previously refused application, and should be refused again on the grounds of inappropriate scale and layout. The Heritage Department comments, which previously objected to the development, now appear to have no objections to amend the application, yet the latest proposal has clearly increased detrimental impact on a Grade 2 listed building, Orchard Farm. The village are not against development, as can be seen from their willingness to engage and support a larger application on the other side of the road. The village are all in favour of appropriate development to support our residents, However, this application is in no one's interest. Please reject this. District Councillor Susie Morley. Okay, so that's, yeah. Is that a question or straight into... Straight into...
No, I'm asking a question.
Yeah.
I'd just like to clarify something that was mentioned in Councillor Morley's, whatever you want to call it, representation about a permanent site compound. Could the planning officer clarify whether there? I mean, there's clearly constructed parking and a sort of compound on one of the plans, but I sort of assumed that was temporary whilst the thing was being built. But Councillor Morley mentioned something about it being permanently there. So could that be clarified, please?
So I know we've got plans showing the... So this, let's start again. Outline, planning permission granted. Outline came with a number of conditions. Some of those conditions are being proposed as part of the reserved matters before you now. One of those conditions is construction management, and as part of that, that requires a detail of understanding where compound buildings and storage materials and so on might go. That is shown on one of the drawings. That is, did that go on screen? Yeah. And ultimately, that's what we've got. I'm not aware of any of that being outside the red line plan. The only thing outside the red line plan is the attenuation basin. That's actually a very interesting one. Now, this doesn't happen very often, but having discussed it, there's no reason it can't. And this is probably going to be very difficult to get your heads around, so bear with me. Essentially, we have conditioned that we need to know how surface water is going to be dealt with in respect of this proposal, and we did that at the outline stage. But unusually, their proposal isn't to deal with it on site, their proposal is to deal with it essentially off-site, and we've actually got details of that being immediately next door to the site. To comply with the condition, there's nothing wrong with that, because they've given us what we wanted, which is details of how they're going to deal with it, and we can secure that to happen. However, they may still need separate planning permission for those engineering works to be judged on its own merits as a separate matter. So they are at their own risk that they may not be able to comply with that condition if they're not able to go ahead with that in any event.
It's a separate matter that will have to come as a separate application.
That's how
and the
I
two
read
are
it,
interlinked.
I'm just checking there with Ian, but that's how I read this. So in this context, that discussion is down the road and as a separate matter, perhaps.
Councillor Mansell.
I can understand the attenuation basin being outside the red line area. I've got experience of that locally. I just wanted to clarify that construction compound area will go once the houses are completed, because that wasn't what was implied in Councillor Morley's thing. That will turn into that grass sward either side of the access
that's the
road.
landscaping we've got, so it has to go to that to comply with the landscaping if this was approved. So for the avoidance of doubt, we can make sure that's clarified in any decision made, but ultimately that's how we see this, yes. Was there anything else? I just want to mention very quickly, if I may, Chairman. Scale has been talked about quite a lot in various representations. I hate to say this, but scale and layout were not part of the outline. So, and the problem with the outline, when I get an outline application, I do tend to kind of move the indicative plan out the way and just say, right, this is a big red line around a site. What could this potentially be? Extreme worst case scenario, best scenario. Because that is what it is a big red line. Your job now is you now have the scale, you now have the appearance and the layout before you. Do you like it, yes or no, and for what planning grounds?
Thank you. Councillor Eburn, you had a question. We're on questions.
Yes, I'm on questions. Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you for clarifying that on scale, John, because I was going to ask a question about that what we are looking at today is the number of houses. We've got a number of houses, we're 5.
The number's gone, so you've got to deal with, we've got 5.
Yeah.
Can't deal with the bedrooms,
yeah,
but you can deal with what they look like.
Yeah, so we are...
height, scale, appearance, layout. And if you feel there's planning harm or not, that's your debate.
Yeah, so my question was going to be, we are just checking, we are considering scale at the moment, but we have got the number of houses. My other two questions are, there appear to have been, there's some comments about some trees having been removed, and on the landscape plans it shows trees in place. Can I just check that the applicant would have to replant or plant mature trees in their place to comply with that proposed layout on slide 8? And secondly, on the heritage point, I'm still bemused by this, but given the appeal, the inspector's appeal mentions heritage a lot, what was it in the decision within Mid Suffolk that said we don't need heritage comments on this one? Thank you.
So, in terms of landscaping, can I just clarify with the case officer? The 2 trees at the front are part of the landscaping scheme.
That's not specific. No. So they could. There's nothing to stop us removing those trees.
No, sorry. There were there was a couple of trees at the front of the property, and I understand they have been removed. They were not protected, and so on that basis, there's nothing stopping, just like me with the tree I've got in the back garden I want to take down next weekend, sorry to say. It's affecting my foundations. I'm removing that tree, but there's nothing to stop me doing that, and there's nothing to stop the owner of this land taking those 2 trees away because they've got no tree preservation order and they're not in a conservation area. So, that aside, in the landscaping scheme, we've got 2 trees proposed to go there.
In the same locations, but they could be replacements. It's
similar
not
locations.
specified.
So yes, the answer is yes, we've got 2 trees being planted.
But my question is, those trees are mature trees, and they, even on this plan here on page 338, slide 8, they show what I would consider large trees with a big canopy circle around them. So am I assuming that those are going to be...
No, normally trees are
It'll
not
just
planted.
be a tree, will it? Okay.
They will be grown eventually. Okay, the other part you were referring to was the heritage. We consult heritage. That is the response we have before us. They have a triage system now because in terms of resources, they need to work out what they have time for in resource terms and what they don't. And that is the triage response, and that's what we have.
Yeah. Sorry, can I ask another supplementary question reference heritage? How much weight should we put on the inspector's comments re heritage?
So the that was for 9 houses, wasn't it? Yeah. Right. So I cannot tell you that you should not give it any weight because that would be wrong. You can give it weight because of the issues that it raised, but I would say you need to rate those issues in the context of that scale of development accordingly. So it is a material consideration. The refusal previously is also a material consideration, but again, the circumstances of that has changed in terms of this application is different to that one. You need to mitigate your given a weight accordingly.
We don't have in our papers, do we, the reasons for refusal of DC 20-03291? No. Oh yeah, 326, sorry. Yeah, okay, thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay, so we're now into debate, and the first hand up was Councillor Matheson.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have quite a lot of problem with this. We are actually being asked, and this is page 275 right at the beginning there, description of development. We are being asked to discharge the surface water drainage details, and I'm really struggling with the idea that we discharge them, given what's also been said about the risks to the applicant and all the rest of it. You know, we haven't actually got in front of us a scheme for drainage that I can see. So that's unless you tell me differently, and we have, but I can't quite see that at the moment. The heritage gap in what we've been presented is very difficult as well. Yeah, I've read that refusal of reserved matters twice, I think, and I'd have to say that one cannot describe something that meets building regs as meeting a passive house standard. Officers can perhaps help me, but I think that broadly speaking, on the old sustainable homes standards, we're up to about 4 as the current building regs, and passive houses have got to pretty much be 6. So that doesn't actually stack up either. But I think crucially also is the lack of those footways. The outline, which presumably dealt with means of access, like people walking to their front doors and so on, included footways. The footways have disappeared, and that is wrong. And we've heard that by and large the rest of the village has got footways, and I just, if that was what the outline decision was, then it needs to be part of this one as well. And yeah, I remind people I've had the site visit, I've seen the site and all the rest of it. I was probably part of the refusal in 2017 of the 9 actually, but it's not a good enough scheme at the moment.
Okay, Councillor Passmore.
Thank you very much, Matthew. I think this is actually quite a difficult one, because given that we have the number is set at 5, there is nothing we can do about that, as I understand it. I might be wrong. So therefore we have to consider what is the appropriate development for a plot of this size, which I think was 0.91 hectares, which in English or my old imperial measures is over 2 acres. So the actual land allocated per dwelling on average is going to be somewhere, approaching a half an acre, which is quite big. So for me, it's quite difficult to decide, bearing in mind all the comments that the objectors and the parish council have made about, and the ward member, is it the right sort of housing development for that? If you were to go to smaller houses, how would that look? And I'm definitely struggling with this, because if you had much smaller houses put in such big plots, is that the best use of land? That's another debatable point. And I do think it's regrettable. For a land that size, you would have more houses, but obviously the inspector says we have got 5, and it's as simple as that. So we have to decide, is that the best development for 5 homes on that site or not? And I think the officers have done a pretty good job on that, actually, because they don't have the flexibility either. So I'm going to hear what other people say for once on this one, because I am really struggling with this. I absolutely get the issues. Is it the best use of land? It would be nice if there was a mix of houses, so there were some starter homes, more affordable, and perhaps 1 or 2 bigger ones, but we have to deal with what we've got. So
Thank you.
I don't know if that helps or not, probably not.
Okay, Councillor Humphreys.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yeah, it is difficult, and I see it from all angles, got to be honest with you. I'll go to some of the comments that are raised by some of the objections, such as these extra bedrooms cause extra traffic. That's not scientifically true, because they could be full of children. So we've got to be careful on some of these things that are stated. And in fact, if we had more houses there, smaller houses, there would be more traffic. So it's that, cake and eat it sort of thing. What do you want? Mr. Pateman-G actually made a good point. Do you like it? On paper, and looking at it, it's where I'd like to live. I do like it, definitely. And I think, as Councillor Passmore said, for the fact that we've got to have 5 houses there anyway, and the fact that they've got all this open space, that'd be a great place to live. And I do get the parish council's point that it doesn't give locals the opportunity of buying low-cost houses within the village. But it does allow people who want to live in the country the opportunity of buying a nice house. So there are 2 sides to every argument. The attenuation bay one, you're right, it is interesting, but it will be subject to further planning, and also it's conditioned that nothing will happen unless that plan comes forward. So I'm not too worried about the attenuation side of it. When we talk about footpaths, it's a cul-de-sac. I live in a cul-de-sac, there are no footpaths. And that's pretty true of most modern estates. They don't have footpaths, because the passage of traffic through a cul-de-sac is slow and not very often. So therefore it's quite safe, and that's the reason for it. And also, you don't have to maintain it. I understand the contractor site. Well, unfortunately, there's got to be a contractor site where he stores his equipment, does his admin, does his personal ablutions, and goes to work. That's got to be somewhere on the site. When you look at this site from above, that's the only place it can really go, isn't it? Because how do they build around it? So it's the logical place, to be honest with you. So I understand why they've done that, and I also understand that it is temporary. Of course it is, because once they finish the work, they're not going to leave their stuff there. The biggest thing for me is the heritage point, but as Mr. Pateman G said, heritage have got no comments. Now I understand the triage, and they'll do it in levels of importance. I understand all that. The one thing with the heritage bit, though, is that I don't understand in all this report, and it would go back to section 6.3, where it talks about, when I find it, just bear with me. The moving of two-storey elements at plot 3 further away from the southwest boundary of the site and further away from the listed building, improving its setting as above, blah, blah, blah. Well, you've gone from a bungalow to a 5-bedroomed, 1.5-storey house. How does that improve it? And that's my dilemma with this. I get it. I would, honestly, this is a place I'd like to live, so I'm in favour of this. But I have got an issue with the heritage side. I don't see where that improvement has been made. And I understand the heritage triage, that they haven't commented. But the fact that they haven't commented because they've got a new triage system where they don't think it's important doesn't mean that it's all good to go. It just means they haven't commented. So to me, it's the heritage issue. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll come in after Councillor Mansell, who was next. Okay, then Councillor Phil.
Thank you, Chair. I'm struggling with this too, because in a way we've got this outline planning permission for 5 dwellings on this plot, and I think the access is terribly contrived, I think whatever goes in there is going to cause issues with the access, regardless of whether you want big houses on big plots or small houses on big plots. These are enormous houses. I like the fact that they're being built to passive standards and have got all sorts of lovely environmental features, but they're being designed to be a sort of barn-like courtyard. Well, Coytes Meadow looks like a sort of 1970s housing estate. It's not a sort of barn-like farmyard where we want everything looking like barns. I'm not in favour of things looking like things that they're not, and they're not barns, they're new houses, and they're new houses built to high environmental standards. So let's make them look like houses that are built to high environmental standards, not barns. But I don't like the development in this place, but we're stuck with it. It's got planning permission for 5 dwellings on it. I too, I'm struggling with the heritage. Okay, they've got a triage system. They've triaged it and said, no, we don't want to make any comments. Is that because of workload? I don't know. The very fact that we've had appeals and other decisions on this particular plot which have been refused and dismissed on heritage grounds, I'm at a complete loss as to why Heritage deemed this to be unworthy of comment. They are huge, great buildings, and I'm sorry, if the previous application was refused on heritage grounds because it was going to cause some sort of harm to the setting of a listed building, we've tweaked it slightly, lowered the roof line. It's still a big house and it's still near a listed building. So I would really like to know, have a bit more detailed response from Heritage, because I think that's probably about all we've got to go on. And with regards to the lack of pavements, there are lots of developments, and I think it's a sort of modern trend that we now have sort of shared surfaces. I don't know what the surface treatment of this access road is, but lots of large housing estates have, you know, the sort of cobbledy bits that are, you know, meant to encourage the cars to slow down a bit because they're shared with all sorts of things. So, you know, it's 5 houses. I'm not convinced that the lack of pavements is a really big deal. It's the fact that they're big houses and we haven't got a response from Heritage, and that is what is worrying me most here. I mean, I don't like the fact there are 5 houses going here, but we can't do anything about that.
Thank you. So, I mean, I agree, this is a very difficult one. For me, actually, the design is absolutely fine. I like to mix things up between 70s, 80s, 2021, you know, I'm up for the mix of variety. The biggest problem for me with it is that Orchard Farm's a listed building, and previous application that came before the council was refused on the grounds of the impact of the listed building as one of the reasons, and there are a whole list of reasons here. And what I'm trying to separate in my mind is, how is this different? And I'm not sure I can find enough reasons as to why this new application is any different to the one that was refused relatively recently. And my take on it is that Heritage should have commented. Before a planning application comes to committee, where the whole reason for refusal was based very importantly around Heritage, we should have probably insisted on having a report. But therefore, my natural position is for me personally, I will not be supporting, I will be looking to refuse this, because the applicant has the opportunity to go to appeal, but the residents don't have that opportunity if we approve it. And I'm not 100% comfortable with it, so I feel that's a safer option for me. But I've got a couple more hands that have gone up. Councillor Field is next.
Thank you. Tempted to just leave it as I agree. I always have difficulty, to be honest, with the concept of indicative plans. You know, it says we had, when people made a previous decision, they had an indicative plan. Indicative doesn't, to me, imply that it's something that you should totally ignore, a mere fairy tale. It clearly gives councillors an idea of the form of development that will be carried out. But I hear what the officers say. I get to the heritage part, and I find that the original judgment was that the judgment of the effect of houses much similar in scale to the current proposal was that they generated a medium level of less than substantial harm. We now seem to have moved, well, we've actually got 2 paragraphs that, although there's no heritage comment, do talk about heritage issues. One of them says that we've moved from a medium level to a very low to negligible level of harm. So relatively small changes have produced like 2 steps of difference, at least in the assessment, which to me is barely believable, particularly in the lack of a formal comment from Heritage. Next sentence actually says your heritage officers have been consulted on a current application and advised that the current proposals are not considered to be sufficiently harmful to the significance of the heritage asset. If I read that as a bit of English, it implies that I need to increase the damage that's done, because these are not sufficiently harmful for whatever purpose we go. So there seems to be some confusion and lack of input there. Obviously, the third reason in the original for rejection, the noise issues, I would have thought was still largely in place. So I certainly won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Councillor Mansell. My apologies, I meant to, sorry, I was looking that way.
Thank you, Chair. It's interesting comparing, you know, what we've got on this application versus one earlier today when we had an overwhelming amount of information. And personally, I'm not sure I've got enough information here to make a decision. That's my issue. And there's the points about the surface water drainage. There's points about heritage. There's points about sort of scale. There's points about the construction. I'm just not, you know, sure that I've got. I don't feel confident, let's put it that way, that I've got enough information to make what should be an informed decision. I've got grave concerns about the heritage triage system in this case, because surely it's a tick box thing. Is it within a certain meterage of a metre distance of a listed building tick? Has it been mentioned? Has it been a reason for a previous refusal? Has heritage tick? Has it, you know, has an inspector mentioned a tick? Well, if it's tick, 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 then surely they should look at it. Whereas if it was no listed building nearby, no mention in appeal, no mention previously, then absolutely triage that's how it works. So we don't know what the triage arrangements are, but it does seem bizarre in this instance, and I think I'd be concerned that, you know, where our previous refusal has mentioned heritage, an appeal has mentioned heritage, and yet we have nothing here. But like I say, there are the other aspects, such as surface water drainage, that, you know, I think we should be considering, plus the fact that there's the scale element, and we haven't really gone into it in detail, but I don't feel there is a, you know, in terms of the measurements of the buildings and the volume of them, and what the scale difference is from what was expected to outline, albeit that we weren't looking at scale at outline. But
can I just bring John in on that point? Because I think the points you've raised, you might want to comment on.
Okay, I think I'm hearing this right, and I'm growing another point here that I'm starting to think about, which Ian might need to help me out with. Ultimately, you are concerned that you have inadequate information on the heritage considerations to make a determination in this case. And of course, there is a risk that if we make such a determination, we could be argued to have made that on a false basis. So I would say that, Chairman, I would suggest that maybe we do defer this item in order to talk to our heritage colleagues and ask them for a very specific consultation response on the issues of this proposal. And that, to my mind, would be a matter of risk management, and it would be a matter to ensure that you have sufficient information in planning terms to make a decision.
Yeah, please do.
Because I think I would say, because I don't feel confident I've got the information, I couldn't make a decision one way or the other, so I would have been abstaining, which is something I never like to do, because I think we should have everything here to either say yes or to say no. So
on the surface,
and do we have
we do have a surface water scheme fully detailed out, but I don't think all of that was in the papers, was it? No.
Okay, so can I just have? I think if we go, I think that's actually the best route as well. I agree, because the thing is, otherwise you know, I agree. I can't support it because there's not enough information. So the default position is one, so that someone has a chance of appeal. But I think actually it'd be better to avoid going to that at all. It'd be much better to have a full report from Heritage brought before us. So, but can I just? I think we need to do this urgently and get this back quickly, and not, you know, delay this now for months and months. So I would ask that you do please ask the Heritage team to prepare a report, you know, with some speed.
We have a couple of options in respect of who to go to on that basis, if necessary.
Okay. So I'd need a proposer and a seconder for deferral. Councillor Passmore.
So I'll formally propose we defer the decision,
And a
with the caveat that we do come back as quickly as possible.
Yeah. And a seconder from Councillor Matheson. Okay.
Can I add a comment, please?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask officers that presumably we can assume that there is heritage harm from the various other submissions that we've had in the past. So Mr. Patronage,
I'll be for the Heritage team to report on.
Well, what I wanted to look for, and this was before we got to the deferral proposal really, was you know, what the public benefit is that would balance the harm that we think we recognise. And the other question is, if the applicant is claiming high levels of sustainability, even under passive house standard, then can we have a report on what's actually proposed from the appropriate officer on that one?
So I'm suggesting that members defer it to seek expert heritage assessment and review of the case to inform your decision. We cannot bias that by imposing what their expert opinion might be. They might think it's great. They might think it's awful. We don't know. The whole point of this is to ask for them to come back with a full assessment. In terms of the passive house standard, Well, I was very encouraged to hear that, because we have no control whatsoever in the outline to require any level of environmental benefit. That is not been secured.
Well, as I say, we're disputing whether we can do that or not. I am anyway.
Okay, so it's been proposed by Councillor Passmore, seconded by Councillor Matheson, that we defer this, and the reasons are clear because we need more information, particularly from Heritage. Is there anything else we need more information on apart from that? Can we just have clarity, I think, when we come back around where the compound is and how that's going to work? That would be useful. And on the trees, what's being planted and what's not being planted. Yeah, landscaping more generally. Okay, so we'll need to go to electronic vote. I'll hand over to Claire.
Thank you, Chair. Members, your vote has been amended to read the application number DC 2103589 be deferred to seek an expert heritage assessment and review, and that is now in progress. Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Yeah, Councillor Rayburn and Councillor Field. Councillor Field, sorry, Chair.
If you want to vote just by shouting.
Thank you. So that is 8 votes for deferment.
Can I just say, I do apologise to the applicant and to the parish council and to the neighbours, because it's, you know, to go through a whole day and not to have a conclusive decision is deeply frustrating. But it is more important that we get the decision right and we have all the information before us. So, and thank you for, I know you had to give up the whole day because you came here at 9:30 this morning, so thank you very much. And we will try and put this on a speed track through so it comes back to us quickly. Thank you. Okay, so we're only going to have time for one more application today. The question is, what are we going to do next? We can do, and I would suggest we go back to 7C, because a lot of people have got to go at 4 o'clock. So I suggest we go back to 7C, which is also the street in Stonham Aspal. I don't think we'll get to the ones after them because we're going to lose about half the committee at 4 o'clock. No, we don't. No. Okay, so this is just let everyone take their seats. Okay, so this is DC 21, no it's not, it's DC 19-02299, the street in Stonham Aspal. And I'll hand over to Daniel.
Thank you, Chair. So this has previously been to committee in January 2020, where it was approved for the residential development before us and for improvements to the sports facilities. An issue's arisen with regards to the drafting of the Section 106 that would sit behind this application, and it's in regards to the delivery of facilities for the Stonham Aspal Football Club. The application as set out has always intended this to be a lease of facilities. The Stonham Aspal Football Club, as set out in the report, currently has no benefit of lease, so it has no security of tenure, it has no ability to raise match funding from Sports England or regional and national FAs. And the signing of the lease would allow them to start doing this, making use of it and creating betterment of facilities. As pointed out in the original report, the facilities that currently exist on site are a little bit past their best. So it was effectively to revert the decision back to members to ascertain if they were content for the transfer of the facilities to be done via a lease to the football club, with a condition within that lease that it be renewed at their leisure. So effectively they would continue to be able to make use of the facilities. Now, in terms of the site history, they've been on that site at the gift of the landowner for some significant period of time, and the landowner is content that within the build out of the site that they'll be able to always make their training sessions and matches, even if that relies on the delivery of pitches elsewhere in the landowner's ownership. So effectively, the resolution for the Section 106 was to secure affordable housing, education contributions, the phased build out for the site, the transfer of the sports facilities, and for the management and maintenance of the open space and play facilities within the site. Effectively, the red bullet point set out there would be the change to the committee resolution. So instead of transfer of sports facilities, it's for the lease of the facilities to the football club. And if I quickly flick through, we'll not spend too much time. But if I come to the phasing plan here, we have this section of development which would come forward first. So we'd see the sports facilities come forward along with some enabling development, and then the remainder of the development would come forward as a phase 2. And that development is a mix of 2 and 3 bed houses and bungalows. Thank you, Chair.
The technical, so really this has come before us because we need to just change the word of the recommendation, which is on page 264, and the wording has to change from lease. Sorry, before we talked about permanent, we talked about transfer. Transfer implies it's permanent, but actually the word we should have used was lease, which is not permanent.
Yes, in my report I sort of thought transfer would cover a multitude of sins, but
the
it's actually
legalese said they wanted
thing,
to say lease.
It should say lease.
So that is the reason it's coming back. Yeah, Councillor Eburn and Councillor Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. In the papers, paragraphs 3.1 and 3.2, page 263, it mentions a 21-year lease, and Daniel, you've just mentioned 25, so just if we can just confirm that. And I'm just a bit concerned about the wording, because it says they have a pressing need for sports facilities, which this application will deliver. Well, they already have sports facilities. They've got several football pitches, and in fact, this development removes one of those football pitches. So I appreciate it's the gift of the landowner, but it just seems odd wording, and they'll be getting less facilities and less pitches. So just could you qualify that? And also, is it seen that a 25-year lease is more stable or more certain than a transfer? Thank you.
So in terms of the lease duration, that has been updated to be 25 years, so apologies, I haven't updated the report to reflect that. In terms of the facilities that the football club currently has access to, they do have a number of pitches. The proposed development would improve the quality of those pitches, so we'd start moving towards 4G. They'd have floodlit training areas that they don't currently have, and we've obviously got conditions secured on that so that we can avoid light spill into the surrounding residential areas as well. So we haven't got floodlights that are on all the time or on when they aren't being used, and we can mitigate that issue of light pollution. In terms of transfer or lease, the lease is what the football club believe they are getting, and it's what they have signed up to, and in many ways I think it's what they prefer. I think if they go to transfer, they're then responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of all of the facilities themselves, and while that has benefits, it also has drawbacks for a club that has never had a lease or to manage in any other form. So their preference is for the lease, and that's what's being delivered. 25 years is about a standard term for this sort of lease, and with regards to it, there's normally a repeat clause built into them. So if landowner and tenant are happy to, it's normally taken as read that these can then roll on, or if they want to vary, they can vary between themselves, and normally that's then just built in a trigger point. So any time between year 22 and 24, the tenants exercise, that's the correct word, their right to extend the lease, and then it's another 25 years rolls on from the end. It's a situation that a lot of our sports clubs have. Not many of them own their sites. They tend to lease them either from the council or church bodies, actually.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mayor. Okay, any other questions for the case officer? Yeah.
Yeah, are we confident that 25 years is long enough for Sport England and the FA and people to make the grants that are necessary? I mean, I'm familiar with a couple of cases in Stowmarket where the length of the lease is causing problems to deliver the grants that are needed. So, you know, you said it was standard.
In terms of the grant funding, obviously there are certain deadlines that will run alongside that, and it'll be for the football club themselves to make the applications in good time. I think Stowmarket Football Club have found themselves in a bit of a unusual situation with regards to promotion and then delay in actually being able to do something. But I think they are in a good position now to start going forward with that again. So yeah, I think the Sports England and the FA bodies are generally being sort of receptive to that and have been pretty okay. And in terms of the lease itself, if you know, in planning terms, if you have a lease running over 7 years, it's sort of tantamount to be able to submit your certificate A as if you own the land. So in planning terms, they would be able to bring forward their own development if it required planning permission on the site as if they owned it. So there would be those freedoms for them as well, subject to whatever goes into the lease with the landowner.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't didn't actually answer the part. I wasn't clear enough. That the people giving grants want to know that the full value will be delivered, and that what they paid for won't be lost after X number of years, or in 25 years in this case. They do expect
football club
long
the
leases.
football club is happy with 25 years.
Yeah, if they're confident.
They are happy with it. So I think if they're happy, that there's nothing we can discuss on it really.
I think as well the development's going to deliver new facilities. So Sports England have already signed off on the design of those and are happy with them. So you'd be moving into new facilities that presumably wouldn't need as much maintenance or improvement. I think the main issue in that regard would be if the football club progresses up the pyramids too quickly and certain requirements are made of their ground, but it's not a planning issue at this point.
Okay, I'm going to move this on. I think we've covered that ground, if that's all right. So do we have any questions on the presentation for the officer? No? Okay, so we don't have anyone from the parish council, we don't have an objector, we don't have a supporter, we don't have the applicant or agent, and we don't have the ward member. So we'll go straight into debate to discuss and reach a conclusion. Yeah, Councillor Humphreys.
Chair, thank you. I'll keep it really sweet, really simple. Read the recommendation. It says to accept or note its discrepancy. We do, and we've discussed that, and it is a lease. It's a really good lease, and everybody's happy, and therefore I'd like to move approval.
Councillor Mayor. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Otherwise, I'd have had a second as well.
So we've got a proposer and a seconder, and if we just, on the basis of the 25-year lease, so Claire, could I ask you to take us to an electronic vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Members, I would just make that vote live, so that is now in progress. Councillor Humphreys. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Field.
John, do you want to give a verbal vote?
I'm trying to find it.
Might be slightly higher because we've gone back up.
Feel free to give a verbal vote.
Yeah, I support it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, now we rattled through that quicker than I thought, and we have got the applicant for the last application has just arrived in the building. So what I propose to do is go straight to the last application as the last one. Yeah, especially as they've just arrived in the building. I know you've got to leave at 4 o'clock, no matter what.
I will, hopefully we will be done,
yeah.
But I would
totally
like
understand
to leave
that.
at 4 so
you
I
can't miss that
can
train.
get that train.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll go straight to the last application.
That's 7F.
It is 7F. So, and at the end of the meeting, we will just have to have a vote on deferring that last application if it's past 4 o'clock, just for in terms of order, the one we've missed.
Chair, can I just come in on that one? Is there a possibility that we can take it to Committee B instead? Because the closing date for that would be tomorrow, so we have the opportunity to just pop it across. Okay.
If you'd like to come and take a seat at the front here, because we're going straight into your application now. Your timing's perfect arrival. Okay, so the next application before us is DC 21-00324, which is item agenda 7F, land southwest of Fairview in Baylham. Hand over to Daniel Cameron, the case officer.
Thank you, Chair. So just in addition, as a verbal update, we have additional comments from Baylham Parish meeting that I think have been circulated prior to this meeting in response to the application. The application before you is for change of use of land from equine use to agricultural use. It involves the erection of an agricultural barn and construction of solar panels to a roof slope following the demolition of a stable building and hard standing. This is the site itself. Previous applications on the site have seen a stable be erected and change of use of land extending down into the valley here for equine use to support the stable. As can be seen there in the red and blue land. So with regards to the change of use back to agricultural, that would be confined to the red line area. You'll see here we're strongly within the special landscape area. And then as well, there are footpaths members that run from the village of Baylham on the other side of the valley, across the valley, here to here. The application site roughly there, I think, if memory serves. So we have an existing stable building, L-shaped with surrounding hard standing. That's to be demolished as part of this application. And then we have the erection of a barn structure with 2 shipping containers here to provide storage. Fairly utilitarian in terms of their design. And if we have the site photos, this is a photo taken from the site access, and you can see across the valley we've got the housing on the other side of the ridge. That's Baylham village itself. And then we have the other direction, we have the existing stables, and then this is from Baylham village looking across the valley. We have a footpath running down the side of this property, and the resolution isn't great, members, but you can just see the proposed stable, the stable and neighbouring barn mentioned in the report here. And if I flick further forward, we have a view here. Members can make out some tree planting on the valley slope here. That serves an adjacent agricultural barn, and the stable is here for you, members. With regard to the recommendation in front of you, members, is to refuse planning permission due to the landscape impact of the proposed barn. We're in a special landscape area. Our landscape consultants have reviewed the application. Initially, it was for a much larger structure. That's since been revised downwards. But our landscape consultants still consider there to be a degree of harm associated with the building. In terms of the planning history, we have 2 appeals, one on this site, one on the neighbouring site, for residential development. Both of those the inspector found harm to the landscape area as well. With regard to comments made by the parish meeting do note potential for, in their view, for additional reasons for refusal that members might want to explore during their debate. One of those is whether the site is for an agricultural use. In planning terms, an agricultural use is one which produces crop or raises animals for consumption. It's the view of officers that the application does represent an agricultural use. Comment is also made by some of the neighbouring properties and by the parish meeting about the viability of the business being proposed. We aren't being asked to make a judgment on whether the business is viable or not. That would be borne out if planning were granted, if the business managed to turn a profit and survive. That would be a risk for the applicant to take themselves. The other issue to note, and as brought up in the call-in request, is harm to the highway and additional vehicle movements from the barn causing a degree of harm. We have no adverse harm identified by our highways consultants at Suffolk County Council, and no issues were noted on the previous applications on the sites for residential development, either DC 19-04496 or DC 19-00028. So that first one was residential development, which was refused and dismissed at appeal, and the second one was for the erection of the stable that noted that highways traffic movements would be an issue of such adverse harm that it should be its own reason for refusal on those applications. The parish meeting do note the adjacent development of the apple orchard and barn, DC 18-04402, and note the conditions were applied to that to control highways movements to a degree, but that's again something that members might want to bear out in debate if they are minded to approve the application against the officer's recommendation. But I'll pass back to members for questions and on to debate.
Thank you very much. Okay, any questions for the case officer? Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. I couldn't find it in there, so rather than look even further, I'll just ask, what's the difference in size of the proposed building in height and length to the existing stables?
In length and height, it is greater than the existing stables. I think I detail it in the design section. I'm hoping I'll have it set out. No, it's probably in section 7. So the overall footprint of the barn has been reduced from 364 square metres to 126 square metres. The proposed barn is taller than the existing. It would be 5 metres at its ridge compared to 2.75.
So still again 5 by 2.75?
Yeah, 5 metres at its ridge. The existing stable is 2.75 metres at its ridge.
Any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Matheson, then Councillor Field, then Councillor Mayor.
Yeah, as you were wanting to refuse it, did you ask Councillor Norris if he'd like to withdraw the call-in and save us all the trouble?
So
I think once it's written, it's written.
Yeah, I've also picked this application up from a previous officer, and I think indications there were that they were more minded to approve the application. Now, a difference of opinion between officers is to be expected, but
it is what it is. Councillor Field.
Thank you. Maybe an issue of my hearing. I think Councillor Humphreys asked about the difference between the proposal and the existing building. I think you quoted the difference
2.7 versus 5 metres high.
The area you mentioned, it's very much, the current proposal is much bigger than the stables, I think.
So
I'm not sure you answered that.
Originally 364 square metres for the barn, then reduced to 126 as opposed to 63 metres squared for the stables.
And Councillor Mayor.
Thank you. You mentioned shipping containers. Are there any proposals to screen those in any way?
I think it would be within members' gift if they were minded to approve the application to include screening. We could look at a colour scheme for the containers, but I think screening might be more appropriate. The circular road has some mature vegetation on it anyway, and you would be behind the barn. So in some respects, the shipping containers would already be screened across views within the special landscape area. It's on the other side that you'd probably want to consider that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Field.
Just ask for a moment about the agricultural nature of this proposal. I mean, the original larger barn, as I understood it, had sort of greenhouse areas and therefore was for the growing of crops, you know, if you like, a natural way. This building appears to have no such facilities, so implies that crops are entirely grown within it. Does that still remain within the agricultural definition?
It would. I mean, effectively, it would be similar to, you know, the difference between a free-range chicken shed and a more intensive process. Okay, so in one, the chickens are kept within the confines of the building 24 hours a day. It's still an agricultural use for the production of food. If we were talking about taking a food crop and then applying an industrial process to it, change it to something else, I think that's when we'd then be looking at an industrial process rather than an agricultural use.
Okay, no other questions, so we'll move on. So we have from the Parish Council Kevin Thomas from Baylham Parish Meeting. Welcome, and you have 3 minutes, and over to you.
The proposal under consideration is, in fact, an intensive food production facility. Baylham Parish asserts that the Council's policies controlling the location and development of new business in the countryside are material and should be considered, as Councillor Norris has already indicated. We would like to take this opportunity to bring relevant sections of these policies to the Committee's attention. So under Section 2.5, Industry and Commerce, Policy E9, Location of New Business, so the proposals for... Oh, excuse me, I'm just going to have to scroll my screen. I apologise. So, Section 2.5 Industry and Commerce Policy E9 Location of New Business. The proposals for a new business, which this is, will be permitted providing that there is no demonstrable harm to road safety, residential amenity or the environment generally. Under road safety, the lane from the site to the 1113 is designated unsafe for accompanied children. It's used by walkers and with and without children and dogs, cyclists and horse riders. The lane will necessarily be made more dangerous by any increase in traffic flows. The application doesn't indicate associated traffic movements, but the microgreens business is driven by low-volume customers requiring frequent delivery. Existing businesses found through Google search supply, in effect, the United Kingdom and or are situated in urban dwellings. This policy states the proposals may be acceptable on small sites closely related to existing built-up area of a town or village, provided that the buildings proposed are appropriate in design, scale and size. Place Services Landscapes has indicated they're not. Provided that there is no significant adverse impact on residential amenity. So distress is already caused to the 20 or so site-facing homes by existing commercial operations up on that ridge through noise and paraphernalia littering the site, as well as its dominating position overlooking the village. Provided that access can be provided to the highway authority standards. And there is no evidence that the restricted splay to the west on leaving the site has been evaluated for commercial traffic. Provided that the site is well related to the local highway network. Well, this site is very poorly related to the network, being a narrow single-lane track with restricted visibility. Policy E10, New Industrial and Commercial Development in the Countryside, states that applications will not be permitted unless an overriding need to be located away from towns and villages can be demonstrated. There is no overriding need demonstrated, and indeed microgreen production is in many ways better suited to an urban environment. Finally, Policy E12, the general principles of location, design and layout of commercial development state that proper consideration should be given to the scale of the building, which has already been discussed. The siting and layout should, where practical, take advantage of the possible need for future expansion. This barn is already as big as it can be, and therefore there is none. and this is particularly important. It states that no open storage of goods, containers, waste materials or finished products will be allowed if such activity is considered visually unacceptable. And this clause is effectively conditioned into the neighbouring barn, thus preventing the use of containers.
The last sentence, please.
The last sentence is, however, and irrespective of any of the arguments above, a grant of application would result in an irreversible degradation of the amenity of a special landscape area, which the council is required to protect under its own policies.
Thank you very much.
Thus
I'm
giving
afraid,
full justification to the LPA's
I'm sorry, excuse
recommendation
me.
to refuse.
Excuse me. I gave you an extra 20 seconds, and you only get 3 minutes.
That's fine. Thank you very much.
Just by keep going, thinking we're going to listen, really isn't the way we do things in Mid-Suffolk. We respect the timekeeping. Thank you. Any questions for the Parish Council? No? Thank you. Okay, members, I will now read out a comment from Councillor Norris. I'm unable to present to the committee meeting next Wednesday as my wife and I will be attending a funeral, so please accept this email as my comments as the ward member in respect to the above application. I'm fully support of the planning officer's recommendation for refusal of this application. Further to the reasons given for the call-in on page 401 of the papers, the application refers to the erection of an agricultural barn. However, the dictionary definition of agriculture is cultivation of the soil and rearing of animals. The proposed barn would not fulfil either of these purposes. Instead, the intended use is to house the intensive commercial production of microgreens, flowers, vegetables and fruits, revised from the original stated purpose of growing mushrooms and microgreens. Nonetheless, there would still be an inevitable increase in traffic movements along a narrow country lane with no footpaths, which is much used by pedestrians and dog walkers. The overriding and perhaps most relevant impact of the proposed barn is that it would be located on a ridge within a special landscape area, where it would be prominent, with considerable impact on the surrounding countryside and the environment. This application is not supported by Place Services Landscaping on page 390 of the papers, where they have stated that despite a reduction in the size of the proposed building from what was originally proposed, they consider that the scale and prominent position of the barn would still have a significant impact on the landscape. For the reasons and those detailed in the call-in on page 401, I'm unable to support this application. Councillor Mike Norris. Okay, members, so that's all the information before us. It's up to us to discuss, debate and come to a conclusion. Councillor Eburn.
Thank you, Chair. I think this is a fairly cut and dried case, really. It's one of those cases when we should be relying on our technical experts, such as those in the Place Services for Landscape. And the reason special landscape areas are called such is because they are special landscape areas and they have protections accordingly. And I think particularly both the increased size of the building plus the shipping containers, I think we should, personally, I will be supporting the officer's recommendation for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, I think the thing that does it for me, it's the impact on the landscape. I do want to make the point that growing of microgreens, vegetables, fruit, etc. is a legitimate agricultural activity, and there are all sorts of potential environmental benefits regarding scarce natural resources, water resource and everything else. So we've got to be careful not to, in my opinion, discount things like that. It's highly innovative, and we are, in some cases, UK PLC are world leaders in this technology. But the size of this and the location, for me, I think does make it the wrong place, and therefore I would be supporting the officer's recommendation. I will move refusal on the grounds of the impact on the landscape. Thank you. That's all.
Councillor Humphreys.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Similar vein, really. If you go to page 397, it talks about it being of a similar size to a barn that's already there on that ridge in that area of special landscape. However, that was then. that wasn't us, and this is now, and we've got a plan in front of us, that actually would be a blot on that landscape. So due to its size, due to its location, I again would also recommend that we go along with the recommendation. Have you made a proposal? Yeah. Then I'd like to second that proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Matheson.
Yeah, I just was always also queuing up to second that really. I've looked at this particular site, not in the context of the application, but I've looked at it from both sides, and it's a lovely bit of landscape. You can see why it's an SLA, and so I support refusal.
Okay, so I think on that basis we'll go to a vote, please, Claire.
Thank you, Chair. Members, that vote is now in progress. Councillor Humphreys, thank you. Councillor Field?
Yes, I support refusal.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Chair, that is 8 votes for refusal. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, the next application is somewhat complex, so I'm going to prepare that we defer that to the next committee meeting, which will probably go to committee meeting B in a week's time. So I would need a proposer to defer that and to close the meeting. Councillor Mansell.
I'll propose deferral of item 7E, I believe it is.
Thank you very much. And can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Field, thank you. We'll need to go to an electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote's now in progress. Councillor Humphreys. Thank you. Councillor Field. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. That's 8 votes for deferral. That's unanimous.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Item is agenda item 8. Do we have any site inspection requests reported to the committee?
No, Chair.
None received. Okay, well, thanks very much. See everyone in 4 weeks. It's 3:32. Have a good rest of the afternoon.